Bugatti on the battlegrounds, the return of a classic arcade game, and a DMR rebalance. All this and more as we dive into the Update 37.1 patch report. First up, the Coupe RB is getting a luxury overhaul thanks to our collaboration with Bugatti. The collab will feature 2 Bugatti Hyper sports cars, over a dozen paint colors, different interior styles, wheel types, and more. So check out the upcoming collaboration announcement for full details on how to create the incomparable. Next up, we've officially implemented the DMR changes we introduced via Gunplay Labs. DMRs have seen a 12% damage decrease overall, and many have had their overall RPM reduced by about 45%. By adjusting DMRs, our goal is to expand the viable weapon choices across the battlegrounds, while keeping your choice of weapons strategic to your style and situation. Gunplay updates will continue every 2 months, and we'll be closely monitoring your feedback along the way. Next, grab your controller with those chicken-greased fingers because PUBG is coming back. For a limited time, you can drop back into the fan-favorite top-down 2D minigame we released back in 2021. Player Omnom's Battlegrounds is a hardcore, retro action arcade experience where you'll fight powerful chicken bosses. We've even added a brand new map, Paramo, for the re-release. So drop in and see how far you can get. Radical! UGC Alpha is now officially live. From Update 37.1, all Battlegrounds Plus players can create UGC Alpha sessions. And we've added new sample modes as well. For more details, check out the patch notes and our official YouTube channel. Other changes include the addition of vending machines and destructible pots on Destin, and the removal of the Canton site. There's also a new rank season, a new survivor pass, and various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.1 is here, so get creative with UGC Alpha, bust out the Bugatti, and turn player Omnom into your next chicken dinner. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Chicken! New boss. Captain Crispy.
Bugatti on the battlegrounds, the return of a classic arcade game, and a DMR rebalance. All this and more as we dive into the Update 37.1 patch report. First up, the Coupe RB is getting a luxury overhaul thanks to our collaboration with Bugatti. The collab will feature 2 Bugatti Hyper sports cars, over a dozen paint colors, different interior styles, wheel types, and more. So check out the upcoming collaboration announcement for full details on how to create the incomparable. Next up, we've officially implemented the DMR changes we introduced via Gunplay Labs. DMRs have seen a 12% damage decrease overall, and many have had their overall RPM reduced by about 45%. By adjusting DMRs, our goal is to expand the viable weapon choices across the battlegrounds, while keeping your choice of weapons strategic to your style and situation. Gunplay updates will continue every 2 months, and we'll be closely monitoring your feedback along the way. Next, grab your controller with those chicken-greased fingers because PUBG is coming back. For a limited time, you can drop back into the fan-favorite top-down 2D minigame we released back in 2021. Player Omnom's Battlegrounds is a hardcore, retro action arcade experience where you'll fight powerful chicken bosses. We've even added a brand new map, Paramo, for the re-release. So drop in and see how far you can get. Radical! UGC Alpha is now officially live. From Update 37.1, all Battlegrounds Plus players can create UGC Alpha sessions. And we've added new sample modes as well. For more details, check out the patch notes and our official YouTube channel. Other changes include the addition of vending machines and destructible pots on Destin, and the removal of the canted sight. There's also a new rank season, a new survivor pass, and various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.1 is here, so get creative with UGC Alpha, bust out the Bugatti, and turn player Omnom into your next chicken dinner. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Chicken. New boss. Captain Crispy.
Hello everybody, I'm Tentrip from Philippines and I'm playing from the team Happy Squad.
Halo, nama saya Rizky Junedi Putra dengan nickname Cibirit. Saya dari Alter Ego Esports dari negara Indonesia.
大家好，我是来自台港澳赛区 X-Men 战队的阿成。
日本チームのアンラッキー所属谷サイダップです。よろしくお願いします。
我会第一，自信。
Saya bakal jadi peringkat pertama dari wawancara game ini. Apa ini?
手榴弹，
Oh, grenade.
Grenade?
グレネード。
Nyapa lah lagi Tuhan.
Og?
Gerak-gerak pula. Skip. Apa itu kak?
AOG?
ピックアップ。
我不知道。
Pala lagi.
Mini
，mini 14。
Kok jelek kali. Flashbang.
闪光弹，
わかんない。なんだこれ。
没有乱猜的。吉利服，
Bandage?
モータ
C4.
等一下啦。Oh my， 这什么啊？我真的看不出来。掩体信号弹，
Lose. Kalah aku, nggak tahu aku.
AWM?
ー、M24。
Hancur lah aku nih. Tahu. Link.
Links?
M29，
リンクス。
这一定是手枪。P92 P92。
Is it Glock?
Zipline.
P1911。
Yep.
どこだったかな。
ZEN
斬新。
不是，你知道为什么吗？我们是跳渔村的，我们会卡它，一知道那个是 ZEN。啊，你问这个我就会了。
Talking about getting cooked though, T1. Their hopes and dreams against DCM too. Out of every team in the lobby, DCM is the one who wants to neutralize them. Just solidifies their spot as if it's not already concrete. DCM.
That's what I'm talking. It's a M4 and MK12.
M4 杀了一个 ，MK12 杀了两个。
MK12 で、何キルだったかな。3キル。
Pertanyaan pertama M4, pertanyaan kedua dua orang.
Oh
Ah.
no! I'm just joking.
Awas aja nggak ada hadiahnya.
I'm having...
后面那个不是他杀的。哦，
Yeah, maybe, hopefully.
I see a dream of a run. Even if he goes down right now, it wouldn't be enough. He needs his one kill. He needs his chicken dinner. He gets the clip from behind the rock. A Molotov gets us up forward. He will run.
5.
10个。
10.
ない。
Oh.
你知道什么吗？因为选手一般只会带5跟10嘛。
まあ自分たちのプレーをしっかり貫き通せれば、まあ APAC 進出はまあそんなに難しくないのかなとは自分では思ってますね。
Saya udah siap banget. Dengan tim juga udah siap banget. Bakal juara 1 yang di PMS, yang APAC bakal top 3.
I think I'm more more prepared to play this coming PNC than last PMS. I mean, than last PMS. It's because I've competed in the PNC and I've learned so much gameplay, experiencing that, and I'm more confident this coming PMS.
下一个其实准备的没怎么样，就是一般，就是大家偶尔打打游戏之类的，没有特别训练。但是晋级下一阶段是一定会晋级的。
Jangan lupa dukung kami di PMS karena kami bakal buat gebrakan yang bagus. Selalu support kami dan juga tim Indo lainnya. Semoga tim Indo lebih banyak masuk ke APAC Qualifier.
请大家帮 S-Man 战队加油，也帮其他台港澳赛区的战队加油，谢谢大家。
Hopefully you guys supported our Team Happy Squad for this coming PMS. Thank you.
まあ日頃から応援してくださってありがとうございます。まあこの最後のファイナルでまあなるべく上位目指して頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
拜拜，
Terima
大家再
kasih.
见
Bye bye. Dadah.
Hello everyone, welcome to the PUBG or day 3 of PUBG Master Series 2025 Phase 2 here. It's Championship Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, and we're finally down to the final night to decide which team, or at least our top 6 team, is going to be moving forward towards the PGS APAC Qualifier. I'm Len, also known as Yololi, and gracing us once more to the castle desk is Keith Elisio, looking absolutely fine, prepared to give you guys all the PUBG action here.
All the PUBG action, I'm having wages of my own, man. Right now, the entire leaderboard seems pretty stacked, right? We're only a couple of points away from each other, especially when we're looking at the first down to the 6th place. Anyone can be interchangeable at this point. It's one game away to make it anyone's championship. And today is the day that we will find out for sure. But of course, back to your emphasis, of course, top 6 is the prize here. Why? Because you're playing for more than just the Master Series. You're playing for the eventual grand stage that is the PUBG Global Championship 2025.
But of course, naturally, all our teams have, or at least our top 16 teams, will still have to go through this final night of grueling of the final 6 matches to really solidify themselves for this. Of course, it doesn't go straight to PGC. We'll break that down a little bit more once we get to the format page. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, for all you amazing viewers who's been joining us throughout our entire journey from Friday, just want to give you guys a little bit of a heads up if you do miss it, and just a gentle reminder, there is going to be event codes that's going to be popping up just for you guys to claim some G coins for yourself. Sure, first come, first serve. Keith has already emphasized this many times as well. Not too sure what's going to be the limit, but why worry about that when you could just simply be alert about it? So do join us for towards the next few hours of the remaining night to try to get that code to claim that G coins for yourself.
Yeah, you know what they say, it doesn't wait for time, don't wait for no man, right? While you're here with the rest of the entire world waiting for or wondering what is the limit to the redemption points itself, it's the one who takes action who walks away with them G coins. So what are you waiting for? When you see the code, do it right away, there and then. Open a separate tab if you want to, or if you have one of those fancy flip phones, then that's 2 screens in one.
Fancy Flip phones. Now that's a term which I haven't heard in years. But of course, that being said, just a quick walk down of our quick overview for what our teams that even registered before this, the journey that they had throughout this Master Series Phase 2 here. So naturally, we have a lot more teams besides our final top 16. They all went through the grueling open qualifiers, where the top teams, or at least the winners for the open qualifiers, went through the semifinals. And now we're currently broadcasting for at least for these past 3 days. If you guys was wondering where we were, well, you guys are pretty much missing out here. But hey, not missing out too much, as this is the final day as we find out who's going to be our top 6 here. Which, by the way, we can slowly break this down even further, right? So this top 6 is not just some kind of qualification towards the PGS APAC qualifiers. The top 4 for this Master Series Grand Finals, the top 4 will also be earning some PGC points for themselves. Sure, it's not a lot. It's really not a lot compared to earning the PGC points in the PGS 9 and 10. But that's going to be something to discuss later on.
Yeah, I mean, it may not be much, right? PGC points, 60 at first place, 40 down in second, but that does not mean the money has to reflect the same, right? First and second place, 7.5 thousand and a 4,000 respectively. This is USD. Now we're playing in the APAC here. What country could rival the likes of the USD? Not many, right? More often than not, this multiplier of 4.4 or from wherever you are is gonna pay out big time here. So the top 2 position definitely is the ones you want to get for, because the multiplier does significantly drop down as you go down to 3rd place all the way down to 6. Here are some of the teams that we have been walking hand in hand in their journey, in their 3-day journey, with 2 days already concluded. Today is day 3. Any one of these teams, Leonard, that you would like to, highlight and put it under the scrutiny or the spotlight and fame, whichever that may be.
Oh, that's really putting me in the spot there, right, Keith? But I'm going to tell you, well, of course, naturally, I'm going to tell you right here, right now, this is not like any Master Series that we had before, even in previous years as well, because literally there is no team that's really running it away in the competition so far. It wasn't like before where the first 2 teams is like the point differential, the gap between the 3rd and 4th placing is such a substantial lead. It's literally not a point of discussion or a topic of discussion anymore. But this tournament in particular, after day 1 and day 2 of grueling, everybody points of differential is so relatively close to one another. Sure, there is some substantial lead, especially from the 1st place to the 8th place, which is currently being hosted by NRG, which, by the way, you can see for the total leaderboard. NRG is currently having a total of 71 points. Sure, it's a 30 points differential, but we still have 6 more matches, and NRG has been really putting in the works. Sure, day 1 is a lot more passive. Some teams are still trying to get comfortable. Actually, maybe comfortable is the wrong word to use it. Trying to get used to the current lobby of the teams they're currently competing against. Some teams saw this as an opportunity to take advantage of this passiveness, to be aggressive, like Justice for Tomorrow, NRG, Shadow Esports, also throwing in the works alongside Alter Ego Aurora, since those were the 2 teams who was able to keep their first 2 rankings after the first 2 maps of Erangel for day number 1. Then day 2 came in. That's when teams started to really kick into high gear here. And I'm not just talking about the top 8 teams, Keith. I'm talking about the bottom 8 teams, where you see HR27 is pulling in the works. Irohane prepared the Samurai. Even we try to get an ATO. Don't forget Dark Horseman, by the way, who also got their chicken dinner and also get a substantial amount of kills. Every team is putting in the massive works to prepare themselves for day number 3, which is pretty much why we have this total leaderboard of how close it is, which is what you stressed out just now.
Yeah, I mean, day 1 was a story of rising giants. We see some of the, I guess, more obvious organizations or team rising up to the ranks. And we all know Oceania has got that reputation. True enough, we saw after day 1, 2 Oceania teams at the top 2 position. Comes day 2, it was the story of the underdogs, and like you've already elaborated so far, they stepped up onto the plate when it mattered most, keeping them still in running and in the competition for today. That is day number 3. It's evenly distributed across the board here with the pointers. And just to put it in perspective, I don't think people get how competitive the score lines are. One good game from anyone in the top 6 position, which is an average of about 22, 23, 24 points with a chicken dinner finish, would already propel you to number 1 spot. How about that?
It's not even the top 6.
Yeah, no, okay. After this top 6, 7 onwards, they score currently at about 70 points. So to think that you get 30 points in a game is a bit impossible. We haven't seen it just yet, right?
True.
The average is about 12, 13, 15 kills and a chicken dinner finish. You walk away with 23, 24, 25, which means that right now at 6th place, it's 88 points. 1 chicken dinner already drives them all the way up to the 1st place, which is now only at 108 points.
Yeah. No, the thing is this, right? It's like, sure, like I do agree with the fact that sure, for some of the bottom tiers, at least the 7 to 10 place, right? Getting multiple chicken dinners in a row, not to say it's far-fetched, it's possible, but it's a little bit of a challenge since all these other top teams they're not gonna be sitting it out, right? But then again, during day 2, we do see some of them really not able to put in as much points as much as possible here. But then again, they did manage to still keep themselves within the midst of the conversation. JFT, for example, here, right? They were able to earn as much points compared to day number 1, but they still managed to keep themselves in it with just with a couple of kill points here and there until the final match of the night, where they actually got a substantial amount of kills and a chicken dinner to not elevate them back to that top 3 here. But I guess the same could be said for teams like Shadow Esports and Happy Squad as well here. We have 6 more matches remaining, ladies and gentlemen, here. So an opportunity still arises for teams to start contesting for at least maybe 1st and 2nd place could be quite a surmountable mountain to overcome here, Keith. But to qualify to at least to be one of the 6 teams doesn't seem too hard, doesn't seem too impossible for these teams right now. As we quickly jump into our first match for Championship Sunday here, it's going to be the map of Erangel.
Erangel, what a way to start things off here than the ones they're most familiar. And this is great, right? If you're kicking off the final day with the most, well, I guess familiar of maps that you've played for years on end, this should be what sets them up for success, right? What makes or break you. Some teams, post Erangel, they might just give it up and end it all. But not for the ones who wins, and that's what we're here today. It's match 13, phase 2 of the grand finals in the PUBG Esports Master Series 2025. Leonard, co-pilot me on this one as we'll fly across from the eastern down to the west.
Well, first things first, the fly pass is pretty nice as well. Decent teams going to be able to do long dives. Some teams who would usually prefer the drop and really unique locations like Sonovka military base as well. And I'm giving that shout out all the way to our team here. Would love to usually drop there. Will not be able to make it there even with the long dives. But with how the circle currently persists, it's been pretty fair for a lot of these guys here. So contesting for some of these crucial spots can be a little bit of a contesting for them here. But it seems like ATO and WTA always feels like they were prone to just have this early clash with each other as they contest for similar spots. I guess you could say it's considered a hot drop in this case here.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams try again. Kev tries to seal the deal with that sort of entry, but did not aim right on the mark here. So that would keep ATO's members still running for their lives. Meanwhile, Slide ED pushed in forward onto one of those compound. Astro is in the living. Can Slide ED, with that amount of footsteps, might raise some sort of suspicions from the side of We Try Again here. Ato just playing it steady, holding their marks, holding their key points, trying to anticipate some sort of entry, but from the window lines, he's tagged onto a few. There will be retaliation, but Rule Tampan is the one to fall, and Astro to fall on with. Those were the 2 who were split and separated from the rest of the teams. And Ato, can they actually look to get out of here before things gets tossed out of the pan and into the fire?
Yeah, this is a situation when every team don't really want to be in, especially when you're only having 6 more matches left in the final 9 of the competition here as well. You just don't really want to be losing your entirely chance here. Sure, ATO still has 2 members still standing out here, but then the call really has to be made here. They have no vehicles within the vicinity to make a quick getaway as well, which is pretty much why you still see 2 of the members of ATO still sticking it out here. Sure, might see an opportunity to try to go for the revive, because by the way, this is a blue beacon tower location here as well. But in a 2v4, It's pretty much a little bit of a stalemate here between both WTA and ATO, Keith. However, WTA naturally, they do have the man advantage as well and the weaponry here. So, but then again, Loba was able to find a really swift exit to the back of his house window here, able to secure one of the vehicles, but getting spotted out by Hive International, an upcoming team who's also trying to get into that top 6 rankings for themselves, and they're not too far behind as they're currently, I believe they're currently in the 9th placing here. So able to still secure some of these kills, especially from ATU, who just barely limping away to cover. This could be a nice way to secure some kill points to keep themselves in the up and running here, as Doti will find Lolba. But ATU hasn't been removed yet. There's still one more member here. And I believe that's Kia.
I think the ones in deeper trouble is actually both these teams, We Try Again and Ato. As Hive, look at them. Look at the mini-map. They've already repositioned themselves a crowd. Yeah, surrounding the entire compound. So it's just a matter of bleeding themselves out, right? Like, what can We Try Again try to do? If they were to stay in here, they still have Atto to try and address. But if they were to make a rotation out, they might just get shot in the process. And right now, it's already sounding busy as it is. We Try Again gets into 4 wheels, drives the way of Recta, who's got the spray down. Oh. And this is what I mean. Hive International, they're here to make things absolutely horrible for We the WTA. Trying again as they might. It's been trying and trying to hit the mark for 3 days, and they have been eliminated by the likes of Hive.
Oh, Recta went on an absolute tear and spray there. Phenomenal spray. Well done, by the way. To get to wipe an entire squad. By the way, with barely any resistance at all. He definitely felt very comfortable with this. However, Kia, on the other hand, seems like he's gonna be the next on the chopping board here, as Hive International really checking out all these corners, because I believe they also noticed a couple of loot boxes nearby from members of fallen members of ATO. Check things out. Kia tried to be quick on the trigger, unfortunately not quick enough, as Doti will be the final nail in the coffin here for ATO.
Meanwhile, Roy gets one to the Samurais, who's had quite a good run yesterday in day 2, not so much in day 1. Remember, they climbed from 15th place all the way into potentially top 6 finishers here. Irahani, Papetso, Samurai Gaming, they're up against giants from the Indonesian region here. Roy Esports now breaching 2nd floor. Tede does hear some sort of detonation happening. Does he try and walk into the room that Runix currently resides? Runix saw that door opening itself, but that will be on pause as Happy Squad shooting against the Samurais themselves. Roy Esports finds himself baking together with Runix in this, well, pretty intimate room corner of the house.
Well, they should be able to secure at least a decent compound for themselves to hold the fort for now. Happy Squad, on the other hand, it seems like also going to be returning favor. We'll be able to find Recta from the south end of the compound here. Team is a little bit too far behind. They just might have to forgo him and move into the next few phases here with 1 member short here. I mean, it's not to say this, it hasn't been done before, but ideally a lot of these guys will have hoped to at least bring as many bodies to the final phase of the circle as much as possible here. But for now, especially since he's not going to be able to retrieve that blue chip as well of the fallen ally, Hive International will have to stick it out with just 3 members. Shadow Esports, on the other hand, well, still pretty calm for a lot of these guys, but do recall, Keith, we had a really nice flight path and a circle that's pretty much dead center in that flight path as well here. So a lot of these teams having a little bit more of a awkward situation, as you notice the circle is heavily shifting to either towards the mountains range of Erangel or towards the flatland forestry or the highlands on the highland forest areas of Erangel here.
Ooh. But we did see Circle goes the sides of the east, which is currently where these 2 reside. Yasnaya, Poliana, Dingu now looking down the scopes. Unlucky in sight. But these 2 teams, they're not known to be the ones to be aggressors of their own play styles. Do they need to even make the advancement and take a poke here? Dingu, 13, or bang, in a sense, his number spelled out. does see some sort of people, but now a crossover from Shadow Esports. Now these you got to be careful of. They're apex predators in their own fields, but opportunities like this could be golden for some of the preys within this habitat.
Mm-hmm. But you know, while we're waiting this hour, we can slowly go back to the initial topic of discussion that we were having, right? Which was the fact that why are we, or at least the question that you pitched to me earlier on, right? This amount of tags, unfortunately, even if he gets the knock, I don't think he's going to be able to flush for that kill here. But yeah, so the thing that we really want to look out, at least this final two maps of Erangel, right, is we want to look at the teams who had great success with this, right? And I'm talking about the team that either won a chicken dinner or get second place here. Teams like, for example, Justice for Tomorrow, they had very similar successes here on the map of Erangel. I believe they got second place twice. 2 times in Erangel and the chicken dinner. Alter Ego had a chicken dinner and got second place. And also, if I'm not mistaken, alongside with Savage Man Esports here. Although they haven't secured a chicken dinner or Erangel so far, but the fact that they actually got 11 kills, multiple high amount of kills on this map alone, is also something to be in discussion.
Well, if you were to group teams who outstandingly performs in Erangel, I wouldn't put Savage Men there because remember, again, day one they weren't that hot, right? And you kind of have to average them out in this sense. I would say Alter Ego is that team because day one they solidified a position in Erangel and then they fell off a little bit. Comes day two towards the end, which is our Erangel map. That's where they re-established themselves in number one. So it's almost seems like they perform exceptionally well in Erangel alone, and sometimes it's better to have 2 good maps that you solidly have within your pocket out of the 4 that's in rotation.
But I mean, I guess it's also because Erangel is one of the original maps, right? These guys have probably played thousands of hours. Same goes for Miramar, right? But even at the end of the day, there's some teams who does prefer playing on Erangel, and some prefer to play on Miramar just because of playstyle alone. Erangel, you're gonna be playing is that kind of map which you want to be playing around the edges a little bit more. Sure, situational does demand for you to secure decent position on center part of the map, but hold that thought for now. It's because a Bull, unfortunately, during mid rotation, will be crashing into JFTs here. Or was it the other way around? But for Bull's 7's positioning, I had assumed that Roy Esports will be moving into JFT's current location, and now it's for the defense here.
Good luck trying to hold that defend here. Oh, Shoe Horse. Okay, maybe it's possible with Shoe Horse down. We know that he's the ace in a hole for the likes of JFT. But he's not confirmed in the kill score yet, so they can still look to pick him up. General vicinity or general play area of JFT has been passed on as information, though. Does Roy look to push, especially with Savage Men within the area circling mansion? These vultures might just come in with the upset. Roy, I think, seeing that, might not want to overcommit as well. Already taking the first chance out of there, leaving Kunyit on the back end.
Oh. Although Savage Men, while relocating, also drawn in by the audio cues, by the gunfire. I want to see what they can actually try to expedite from the situation here. CJ, on the other hand, from Happy Skull, was able to get a really nice knock on Evil Patrick here for Dark Horseman. But naturally, right, we're going towards phase 2. Teams are starting to realize, all right, there's going to be a lot of teams that respect the compound. The choice is either to try to play around the edges or similar to like what we've been seeing so far, which is going to be, I guess, going to be more of a common trend as teams is going to be crashing into compounds in hopes that someone is not there, or they prepare to resolve themselves to try to contest to be the victors of that specific compound.
Ooh, a little aim too high right there. Dark Horseman, though, will get the trade through the windows even. Now, this is no scrub. It's the Happy Squad here, but unfortunately, having to pause, take a breather is punishing against a high-tempo team who's now punished 2 of your allies and might go out hunting, looking for the 3rd.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's so cool to see Happy Squad. I mean, it's to be expected. They have always been the point of aggression. They love it as well. It's brought their success. Sometimes may not be as much, but it's still got a huge amount of kills, even though they're not able to count on replacement alone. But as the kill feeds flood with more falls by more knockouts and elimination, Dark Horseman is also going to be adding on to the 3 teams that's going to be removed from play from map 1.
Things are looking grim for the leaderboards, especially if you're one of those bottom half of their entire roster here. Circle now closed. Again, still grazing just a little bit. Yasnaya Poliana still within it, so teams in this area, ISG is the only one. Nothing much to worry about. I guess maybe he could look for the revive. Of course, he doesn't know if there's anyone within the area, but might as well take the risk, being the only members left alive and standing. Shoots onto Kent, who's making the travel across.
Everyone's just gambling it up here.
The circle seems to be going beside a mansion as the central point here. Now, mansion, not many covers within it, barren lands all around, and many floors to play from. What is the sort of play style going into a circle area like that? Do you rush for the mansion itself, establish your insights, position insights, or play the edge?
That's the thing we were talking about just now, right? Where teams has to begin to make the choice run. Yes, naturally they already understand. Okay, teams that's currently there initially or originally were there. Majority of the teams would have already fortified themselves towards the center part of the circle. And with how the map is, how the open play is, naturally you see even Hive International willing to take the willing to take the bold approach, even though sitting themselves, fortifying themselves, or trenching themselves in a compound which is possibly not really the safest because it's very prone to being flushed out by utilities alone. But everyone just really want to try to get a really nice spot for themselves here because we're going towards the open plain. Sure, there's some forestry, there's some hills, but these are teams that's going to be coming in pretty late here. So you have a choice to really try to crash into combos, which is what we were witnessing earlier on, what Hive International is currently doing right now. But then again, you're also gonna be someone asking for trouble. As Shadow Esports teams, like aggressive teams like Shadow Esports and Happy Squad, they're not really gonna entertain the idea of sharing a certain location or territory. They want to really try to minimize the variables and odds. So they're coming in to try to flush out Hive, and since they're currently in a territory which is easily prone to be flushed out by utilities, this could be an opportunity to actually try to get a couple of kills on themselves here. But we do see defensive smoke coming in from Hive International, so that buys them a little bit of time. But they also begin to realize this is not going to be a really safe spot for themselves. They have to move out.
Yeah, that was super tactical right there. He went in under the cover in the guise of smoke, planted the C4, immediately found a ticket out of there. Now Hive, they had to exit the location just because of the blast radius, and they lost 2 members from the back lines. Unlucky from the top side, spots them trying to chicken out of that compound itself, or that entire shed. Leaving only 1 members now. Can he look to go in with the res? He's taking the gamble here. It's a toss of a coin. Swan, will he get hit with the nade? So far, so good. Tosses. It's a fail of a lob grenade here. Setsuna now will have to pay the price and gets confirmed too. And Hive gets the pickup. So now things are a bit more fair and even for the time being. But they did pick up the blue chip respawn, which could be just in the back end over in Yasnaya Poliana if they want to play it a little bit more safer. But right now, it seems that they have canceled all plans and trying to make that advancement onto Hive, who's held that miraculously somehow.
It's just one. I guess you can say it's just one of those situations where it's just a blessing in disguise as well. But with that being said, finally getting back to the topic of Happy Squad, finally making headway into the circle here, coming a little bit late. But same goes for Savage Man Esports as well. 3 squads competing for most likely compound, which they had their eye on originally from the plan. And now we're slowly getting to finalize which of these 2 teams who's currently contesting for that 3rd and 4th spot. We'll try to make the difference here. Looks like Upchat was able to remove one of the members of Happy Squad. Raw Esports got a little bit eager. They want to try to see if they can try to expedite the situation. Gets punished by Lucky Jet and shut down.
Man, Savage Man still savage here in day number 2. It doesn't seem like they're slowing down one bit. The trail of smoke has been deployed. It's a straight entry into this house. We'll look to take on over what once seemed to be the paradise for Roy Esports. Meanwhile, we're looking at NRG. who's trying to fend off the likes of HR27. Now NRG, mind you, they started off the entire lobby with only 3 members. And so they were already playing with one hand behind their backs. Outnumbered, outgunned, HR27 picks up 2. 2 from NRG. Down for the count, leaving only 1 to play, who might just come in contact with the rest of the remaining member of HR27 itself. And they will bow out to the count.
It seems like the aggression is not ending anytime soon, because initially we thought it was a 3-way towards a specific part, or at least towards the southwestern side of the circle. Now even Alter Ego also going to be joining in on the party here, but they did base at the base of the hill. So as they scale up, they won't run into Savage Men first. Although one of the members, Mun, did encounter them, there also might be a chance they might be third party on the sidelines of Happy Squad, as they should be within the lines of sight here. So this is going to require Alter Ego to be a one step-by-step siege, and a quick siege. If they take a little bit too long, JFT might just take the opportunity to start poking them out here, as I currently notice as well. Suspect keeping them at the lines of sight here, forcing them further up that hill here. So not a lot of spots for Alter Ego to play around. I believe defensive smoke trails is definitely going to be pre-set up first, allowing Alter Ego to make a more desperate is the wrong term, but a more aggressive approach to seize that compound for defense. Oh, that's the BRDM intending to try to run them over. Unfortunately, this thing is a slow bug. More solid than any vehicle, but very slow.
It didn't pick up any momentum. Try again. Get some runway going on. There we go.
No, this is
the
fast
idea.
you can go. I guarantee you this. It doesn't get faster than this.
You do not know that. He's gonna try and intercept.
Look at him! He's gone.
They made a run away for it. Maybe exiting the entire BRDM could be a bad idea here. Might want to hop back in. Someone somewhere is gonna get a Panzerfaust. If there's one thing I learned from this entire event alone, or this meta, someone somewhere is gonna have something to keep you on your track. So get out of there the moment you can. Meanwhile, Dingo fires down against HR27, who's just wrapped things up with NRG, and now Shadow Esports might be punishing the likes of Dingu, who might have overextended themselves trying to get this drive-by. Leaving only 2 members from Dingo left. They are here within his compound and outside of the circle with the blue closing in, so I don't think they have the luxury of time to try and stall this entire process. But Jexy, with the BRDM, just scouts things out for his allies. Dingo looks to go in with the pickup instead.
It was a little bit of cause of concern as well, but sure, you're covering more ground, but in a situation like this where the circle is pretty tight now and teams are trying to find decent more positioning, and drive-bys is pretty common here on Erangel. Yeah, splitting off yourself could have almost spell for a recipe of devastation here, but it seems like Dingo was able to recover from that, although they did lose 1 member in the process, but they're still keeping it alive here. Shadow Esports on the other hand, Jexy knocked down here. He's trying to, not Jexy knocked down, Hansi is knocked down. Jexy's trying to set up the BRDM to try to go for the revive, but there's just too many nades, too many utilities are coming in, and Dingo Gaming surrounding this armored behemoth, which by the way won't be lasting for too long if it's tanked a little bit too many rifle spray shots here. It's starting to smoke currently, by the way, so Jexy decides to forego the vehicle, take the fight head on. Unfortunately, SJ will be the one with the trigger, or more prepared with the trigger. Now coming back towards our southern circle, southwestern side here, the 4-way has become a 5-way, as ISG has also come in and deemed this specific compound, this specific location, a prime spot to take over here. So this is gonna be pretty much the battle of the 5 armies here, and only one can only come out true.
Yeah, I was about to say all these teams got the prediction right, playing the high grounds, but this next circle pretty much cucked them in the process. In between the barren lands from the mansion as a compound and these high hills, what you get is a flat lands instead to play the rest of the match out. So all these teams who's gotten comfortable, perched up in heaven, will need to try and take some of it all the way down to hell, and that could be Alter Ego here, as the Savages lurks up above, so things aren't looking very safe for the teams over in the southwestern side of the map. So right now, Chibarit has got all the members up. I think Alter Ego had one member down, but the res was successful, and now they can probably look in to go for the takeover. Meanwhile, Happy Squad CJ spots the 2-member Dingu, who's just arrived with vehicles, or 3 members, but the nade is tossed forward. Eclipse 2! It's good! Also, Dingu will be eliminated. That nade as well takes down 2-member of JFT. One from another nade, and this third nade itself might just secure that kill. JFT looking worse for wear right now. Alter Ego looking great for them. Can look to make the push. With only Pivy left alive, they can push on forward and clean up, but they also have to be wary that Savage Men, they're above their heads and could be the easiest headshots and pick off in their lives here. If they don't play this one right, they do spot out some of the nades being tossed on forward. So they understand there's still life yet on the side of JFT, but that grenade, oh no, gets shot out by Seymour, who took an off-angle route, and that was unpredictable. Man gets taken a hit from elsewhere, and now on his knees.
A very fantastic haul coming for Alter Ego as well. They didn't really felt too much of a challenge coming in from JFT's intervention as well. They weren't phased at all about it. They were well prepared for it as well, especially since from the initial interaction with Suspect. But looks like Aurora is just going to be coming in a very similar dry pathway with JFT. With the only difference this time, you see Alter Ego as members are somewhat juggling between separate teams. Whereas on the other side, from the current burning carcasses of Dingu Gaming, it seems like our Irohani Pupeto Samurai members were also going to be buried at the exact same spot. Happy Squad earning a lot of these kills. Look at that, 9 kills to boot. One more shying away to get that double-digit kill score for themselves. And Aurora, it seems from just looking from the exploded vehicles, or at least the remains of the previous battle of JFT, they will not press forward anymore towards that southern side. So at least now they should be able to have a decent landfall for themselves here. But I wouldn't say it's the most safest territory. It's still pretty vulnerable.
Yeah, I don't know if this is good for Aurora, though. They've got Savage Men coming from the top of the hills, trying to make their way downwards. Meanwhile, also, they're split on the resources and attention, having to also be wary of Alter Ego, who's tossed a flash earlier on, so that could just give away their cover or their positions. And now Aurora Gaming will need to look where they can prioritize or find better covers to play from, as they're sharing this compound shoulders to shoulders with their enemies in sight.
Which is pretty much why you see them dropping smokes towards Salvation Esports location, or at least their direction as well. They do not want to take that fight head on. They know it's probably going to be a very risky fight within the buildings and the open lands here. They have more riskier enemies or more greater danger that's currently lurking within their midst as well here. So covering out one angle, at least just to block out one side to prioritize the other, just to buy enough time as much as they can. Mainly because of the fact that they just want to hope. They're banking on the fact that they're waiting for the other teams to be forcing into each other, and then they will be trying to seize the moment here. Because let's be honest, like I said before, the current territory that they have for themselves is not really the most safest spot for sure. Barely any cover. Just one missed angle could spell punishment here. Same goes for Savage Man, but they were able to equalize it with Alter Ego here as they push forward. Battle for the staircase here. Battle for the compound. 2-4. Trick and Chipper still remains and stands.
This is good. 2 of the top teams going up against each other, and Alter Ego gets held in the track. Savage Man now takes on potentially overtaking the top 1 position, but they still have Aurora and Happy Squad to worry about. This top 4 teams, 3 of which occupies the top 5 positions here. It's going to be a battle of the switcheroo, and it's he who may come out on top as the new #1 post this match in day number 3. Aurora Amp takes a new position, safer deeper inside onto the eastern side of the circle, so they will be the ones to make the move and get map control versus the rest of the team who's saturated in one corner. Amp already shooting the way onto Roy Esports, and they've got an idea where that member from Happy Squad is. CJ He's a lone position. He's a lone shark, so I don't think he's going to be any aggressive for the time being. But Roy, more members down, but all eyes on Aurora and taking this trophy because right now they've taken over the entire circle.
No, it's a really good judgment call coming from Empt as well. After noticing, and his positioning was just merely just to address to CJ's repositioning as well. Just having someone there to really keep CJ in check just allows to give his teammate a little bit of a breathing room here as well. But this also gives an opportunity for Empt to start punishing teams that's going to be scared coming up from that western side of that compound. He knows for a fact that there's going to be a lot of teams, not particularly Roy Esports or Happy Squad. It could just have been any teams in particular. But he just knows for a fact, okay, I could try to do a little bit of a damage. He got the knocks as well. Defensive smoke comes out, which is great. He's forcing resources. He's forcing utilities out. He's forcing them to expand. CJ is down to be the last member of Happy Squad. Lun was able to remove the last member of Roy Esports here. And now slowly the picture is being painted a little bit more clearly for us right now, Keith, to see who's going to be that final two teams going head-to-head with each other. CJ will not allow any team to farm that additional kill point. And now we're coming down to Aurora versus Savage Man Esports here. They still do have the high ground here. So it all comes down with timing and how they want to pressure them out of the compound.
I think in this position, right, there are times where being in the lower ground is the more advantageous one because now with the circle coming in, they're forced to make the move, and because they're from the high ground, their heads poke out. Gets shot. Needax takes out 2 from Savage Man, and Ludlund up on the rooftop is looking very grim, and they will get him eventually. And winner chicken dinner goes down to the Oceania to kick off day number 3. The Aurora Gaming with their chicken dinner looking to solidify themselves back up in top 1.
Really well done. Sure, a little bit more quieter, a little bit more softer than their usual playstyle, so especially with the map of Erangel. But that's just how the circle was shifting. That's how initially how the circle was. They came in the circle late. They just knew how to play around with the situation and just adapted to their environment and how they really want to address it. Sure, there were moments where it got a little scary, I'll be honest here, but the same goes for any other team that's currently duking it out in that final 4 here. So pretty well done from both sides. Savage Man Esports, by the way, good call in that position. But of course, with that being said, let's take a jump into our highlights for match number 1. And so that was our first Erangel map for our Championship Sunday. Match 13, Keith. That's one map. That's one map down. 5 more to go here for a lot of these guys here. Especially the teams who is probably excelling on the map of Erangel, or at least have really good records on the map of Erangel. This next second upcoming match will be the final Erangel map for this weekend here as well. So you love the map. Let's see whether the team is going to be able to rack as much points as much as possible with that.
Yeah, and talking about those teams now, Aurora, they were a bit lukewarm for day number 2, still maintaining the position, and thank God too, because right now they're looking better than they did yesterday and already claiming points to kick off a strong start from the Oceania squad. 1.4 in total damage itself, but Savage, man, God knows they tried really hard with over 18 deployable smokes, but it is Aurora who eventually come out on top. Only 5 kills in total, but that should add up into the number of points that they can pretty much stretch across the board. I'm just not too sure. Since the number of kills is only 5, that would give them a total of 15 points. Would that be enough to actually not overtake into the number 1 spot? Previously seen, I think Savage, man, reached until like 111 was the scoreline before they even got down. I'm sure if they got more points accumulated from then on, then we'll need to see what that bracket is going to be.
The thing is this, Keith, to answer your question as well, it is not going to be possible because we were looking at even towards the final, not just the final 4, like the final 6 teams here, which by the way we can see right now, the teams were still able, at least our top 3 teams or top 4 teams were still able to make it into that towards the final 6 or the final 4 here. So they'll still get the placement points. They're also getting a substantial amount of kills. Look at Happy Spot. Look at Savage Man as well. 8 kills. So even though Aurora was able to get 15 points on themselves, but Savage Man 14 points, Happy Scott 14 points. It makes it feel like they were the one that got the chicken dinner instead here. So I don't think there's going to be much change in the rankings here. Probably just, yes, only Aurora will be taking over 3rd place, which was originally JFT's here. Unfortunately for JFT, they did really well getting a couple of kills and getting all the way as far as they could. But you know, that was a very high risk, a high stakes spot as well. So a lot of teams was contesting for that spot here. It's just one of those situations where Alter Ego was just well prepared to address anything that was coming by here. So JFT wasn't able to get as much there, but just enough to at least still maintain themselves within the top 6, because that's really going to be the point, right? You don't want to lose too much points, but you still want to earn enough so at least increase your chance to fight for that first 2 spot later on, because the point differential between JFT and Alter Ego and Savage Man Esports is just a measly 8 to 9 points, which is not too hard for a team of this caliber to really claim later on for the next 5 matches.
And talking about the points itself, seeing as how evenly distributed it is across in the top 6 position, to be honest, this is kind of bad news for all the other teams below. I think if you're in anywhere below 8th place, it's almost asking the entire world for you to make it into top 6 already. Because the lowest you have right now as a benchmark to qualify into top 6 is already 95, right? And if you're below the 8th position, you're going to need 2 chicken dinners today in order to keep you maybe contesting that 6th spot, which is not a probability. We know it's not easy to get chicken dinners here, although it does happen, right? 3 chicken dinners in a row. We've seen that happen to some of the top tier teams, of course. I'm not counting that out. But statistically, on a probability scale, if you're not top 8 right now, your chances are slim to be within the top 6.
Well said, but also at the same time, we're finally jumping into our final Erangel map for Championship Sunday here. It's match 14 here. This is the time for teams to really wrap things up, because if not, we're going straight to Taego, Rondo, and of course, clearly ending to another OG map, a classic here in the PUBG Esports tournament, and that's going to be 2 final maps of Miramar here. But you know, with that being said here, now the team's trying to work it out how they want to try to duke things out here. Will we see a potential early clash like we saw just now with WTA and ATO? As it seems like they both have very similar philosophy when it comes to dropping down, especially towards occupying location that has that blue beacon tower.
Well, take a look at the flight path. It's just a mirror image of the previous flight path itself, still stretching from the this time west to the east side, and this time towards the southern side instead of the northern hills itself. And so if they can keep all variable as similar as it was previously, maybe this could be the game where they get to learn and implement things a little bit differently. If you're WTA, understand that you previously almost always had Aito crashing onto you. This time round, you've got Gatka for yourself. So Aito chooses a different spot to play from. And now WTA, this could be something that could be beneficial to them, or would this kind of throw them off their game because they were expecting Aito probably.
But I mean, I guess you could say, you live and learn, right? You realize, okay, we were encountering teams dropping towards this Gatka position. We want to try to avoid that. By the way, that's a crazy circle. But remember what I was telling you before, where teams eventually will have some kind of favorite spots they like to drop with during match number 1. This is what I'm saying. With that kind of flight path, this is going to allow Hive International to drop where they like to be, which is around military base. NRG always love to drop towards the mountainous area around the city port areas. We see Fairy Pierce, which is being hosted by Savage Man Esports. But the only difference this time is we do see Aurora taking a more central part, dropping towards a more central, smaller I don't think we can really call it a compound area. It's more like really small household areas here, right? Even though it doesn't have a lot of loot, but I guess it's just one of those few things where you're going to be securing vehicles, I guess, because that's going to be one of the main goals. But also at the same time, you just want to know how the circle is going to be like. And now seeing how the circle heavily shift, literally having military base as its center of the circle here. Aurora and a lot of these guys, I mean, particularly the teams that went towards the military base island, they're definitely very happy about this. Aurora definitely feeling very fortunate about this, because even day number 1 on map of Erangel, they really had a tough time trying to get into that kind of circle when they actually drop towards the north side of the map here. So now this feels like a more smoother transition as they go towards military base, and also any team that actually drop towards Miltar as well. So
Alter Ego takes Milta power. I remember the last time they played it, they made a good situation out of the bad one. They were tanking blue, but they were taking out ISG, and with only two members itself, putting like 5 kills across the board before they died in the rotation. And they did all that with the pressure of the blue. So Alter Ego, who plays in Milta, they might just try and pull that draft out again, but I'm not too sure, because although it was successful previously, it is a little bit risky. So I'd like to see them try and make the rotation early in, right? Especially with this circle, which isn't undefined. It was pretty clear that it was majority of the landmass is happening over in Sosnovka Military Island.
Yeah, it's definitely there, and because it's having it as its center, we're talking about a lot of war on the way. So we're practically few phases earlier into the circle, and that's why you see now teams just making headway there. They don't want to waste any more time. They don't want to be the one last to the circle, because the only way you can get to this island here is literally 2 bridges. Sure, you could take a boat ride through, but if you come in a little bit too late, there's going to be too many teams playing around the edges, around the outskirts here, getting ready to punish you while you're trying to sail across the waters here. So Aurora being one of the few teams that I noticed as jumping in. We even saw a team taking the emergency pickup. I saw another team, I believe it was Dark Horsemen, also currently taking on their vehicles, making a quick runway over here as well. Since we did spot at least about 7 to 8 teams doing long dive towards the northern side. NRG, on the other hand, it seems like they were going to be able to find unlucky as they were trying to make their mid rotations here. Punished 2 already, trying to connect to try to make a 3rd, but it seems like they made a stronghold for themselves to try to counteract Gangster. Didn't manage to tag down a drive-by to get the knockdown, the focus on his knees here, but unlucky, doesn't want to keep the fight going. They are going to be prioritizing survivability as they manage to get across the bridge, but I won't say with 100% safety.
I think that was a good play for NRG. Surely don't commit onto that fight, right? Get that car went through, that's fine. You can still pick up a member. And you've already got 2 members also already trying to take control of this small compound, as you might say. Turtle K, he's got Overly potentially inside. That spots the head out. It's been poked. So that confirms their suspicion itself. I'm sure they saw the rotation of that vehicle stopping by this area as well. So gas station is where the next point of interest is going to be at. Now it's a crucial POI because he who takes over the gas stations also takes over control of the borders from the incoming teams. So that could be a prime location to try and farm some of these pointers in, especially over there on the bridge side. So they might have to look to pretty much contest this until it's comfortably their own.
Yeah. Although they really want to swiftly secure it as quickly as possible because teams are also coming in here. And it seems Dingo Gaming, although unbeknownst to them that there's currently two teams currently going head to head with each other, they already suspect there's going to be a team that's potentially gatekeeping them. And RG, of course, will be the first to greet them. No knocks, unfortunately, with the angles that they have, but this seems pretty good. Unfortunately, needs to go for the reload here. What about Crazy Dog? What about Luck on his hand? I noticed he got a tag, but it seems like Sunny Side Up will be able to knock down one of the members of DG here. It's not just one team. You're also dealing with a secondary who's also going to be there to give at least some form of an aid here for this border patrol.
That's very unfortunate for NRG. This is what I mentioned earlier on. They really need to lock down this area as their own because attempts like that, they weaken up the incoming teams and it gets picked up by unlucky. How unlucky is that for NRG, right? That you want to be toll patrol, and so you're going to have to take out any sort of privatized or secondary entity that might be here to pretty much serve as competition. They understand the importance of it right now. NRG looking to make the push.
It seems also JFT, due to NRG and Unlucky keeping each other in check, seems like JFT will be the only team able to go through without much restrictions here. So they're going to be able to comfortably cross over the bridge here. That's going to be one of the few fortunate situations for themselves. While NRG making the attempt to push in to clear out any other entity like you mentioned before. And that's going to be the last member, Overly, who's currently having the high ground. But it may not be their ground for too long here. As you see, Turtle keeping him in check here from the outskirts of the town. And that's also giving a lot of information from NRG here, giving them the space needed to push through. Overly jumps down. Needs some time to reset himself, unfortunately, due to the animation for the fall. That's not going to give you enough of breathing room. More like enough room for NRG to set themselves out to go for the pickup here. Where's Iron Honey prepared to Samurai? One of the other teams that came in, not sure. Was it Veer emergency pickup or driving from the second bridge? Regardless, their entry, or at least they got the warmest of welcome from Hive International. But it seems like they're also having problems of their own as two of these teams are duking it out, and not too far behind it's also ATO who came from the left side.
So I believe Hive used the pickup itself. Eto was already inside. Dingu made the rotation in. So 4 in here. That leaves the rest of the lobby trying to go through the bridge, which means it's a big win with NRG earlier on, being able to secure down the gas station. They can look to try and capitalize some of the remaining rotating team. Aurora took the boat, and I believe now JFD plays within this area as well, of military base. And so still a decent left behind. Alter Ego. They're just, how did they get onto this high ground? That I do not know.
Yeah, which is what I was saying. So because we saw 2 emergency pickup, one is guaranteed from ATO, as we saw just now. It was blue in color. I guess the second one, which we saw on the minimap during the NRG and Unlucky's clashes, I believe it was definitely Alter Ego, because the direction it was coming from Milton Power here as well. Like you mentioned before, that they were there initially. So I guess they were the one. They were able to get a really nice high ground. Pretty much I guess you could say a little bit of a repeat of Day 2's performances. The only difference was NRG had that mounted, but this time it's going to be Alter Ego.
It's real odd. But, well, glad to see them respect that on the inside and not playing under pressure from the blue. You know what, Roy?
It's on a pickup.
Yeah.
It's going to be WTA.
You can pretty much tell who pretty much came in with aid, and I guess WTA is part of that crew itself. The teams that come in with aid all are camping towards the banks of the island itself. We see Roy, we see DH, we see some other team, and now probably WTA as well. Understanding that center side it's heavily saturated at this point.
But the thing is this, right? We are going far south, and I think this is something that the team also probably didn't expect, pretty much why they're still within their compound. Savage Esports, not going to waste any time here. Quickly got into the vehicles and straight away heading towards the banks here, or at least towards the hill, the forestry hills towards the south side of military base here. It's a really nice, you got a really nice vantage point, decent amount of cover. Sure, you're going to be spotted out, but teams are going to be flushing towards your position here. Water spray coming in from Dusky here, finding the headshot, the force M on his knees here. But I don't think he's going to be able to get the flush here. He got a good knock, but I don't think he's got the angle to go for the pickoff here. So nor the suspect, he also can't spot him out as well. But then again, still forcing resources, and that's going to be just fine. By the way, Aurora came on boat, so they have no vehicles here, so they're going to be walking on foot here. So that's also going to be another problem that Aurora has to try to figure out here.
I believe Aurora's already set up camp, right? Over in military base, I'm not too sure.
No, they're at the north side of the base. They're at the hills.
Oh.
They're not really in the base, and they're not even in the circle either. So since the circle shifted down south,
unfortunate for them, there you have to get through a whole bunch of people in the process. It's looking messy for them. Meanwhile, Dingu, they've only lost one member, trying to get past the bridge, all thanks to the altercations between Unlucky and NRG. They lost one, but nothing too crippling just yet. They will look to hold for the time being. However, WTA just within the area could look to deal some sort of damage here. Oh, Hive gets knocked out. It's Eatwad too. Over by Den from the far side.
Yeah, I believe Doty should be fine. He's knocked down in the buildings, and so I think this is one of the few things we were talking about in day one, right? Where you get if you knocked him out of the field, that's definitely gonna be a conversion. But you knocked him out of the buildings, and no team is nearby to go for the flush. Yeah, the best you can do in this kind of scenario is just try to force your teams to waste their utilities, their resources here, because eventually it feels like there's just a chance that the final circle could be out in the open plains. So if you're pretty much out of smokes, out of utility, and especially for a team, which by the way, some of them or at least half of them came in from emergency pickup or by boat, so they don't really have those vehicles to really to set up those nice cover for a foothold. Looks like Shadow Esports with the Panzerfaust in hand. They intend to clear out their entire building here before they move further south of this base here, one step at a time. They know they're not the only person here, so it's just a matter of who spots who first here. Now we're going to be seeing the next few phases. And it seems like Aurora was able to get two vehicles for themselves here, so they should be pretty fine. Whereas Savage Esports is still within the center of the circle, so they should be fine too. However, for Hive International, Dingo, WTA, Shadow Esports, for these teams contesting just barely at the edge here, but they know for sure this safety will not last for too long. Within 30 seconds here, someone needs to come out the winner here, or have to make a desperate bold attempt to relocate. But which side? They go to the left, they find Hive. They go to the right, they find JFT. And that's of course the conversation if they manage to get out away from each other. And I'm talking about between WTA and Shadow Esports and Dingo, as their three teams are currently within pretty close proximity from each other.
I'm more afraid of WTA if that member from Shadow Esports were to make the push, he could get 3 with 1 Panzerfaust. Meanwhile, talking about a whole team, NRG is still looking healthy, and they've got the BRDM. Sprays onto Roy, who found themselves over at the banks here. They've been camping for a while, and now they're getting punished in the process here.
Here comes the cavalry.
Yep, you've got a biker here, a rider, or your ride and die. Is trying to make the rotation into the zone on which this entire fight is taking place, trying to willy-nilly play around the hood of the vehicle. But to no avail. NRG, they will get these trades also evenly bully. He's probably the only man left from Roy Esports, and he's a little unsuspecting or blindsided from the likes of Crazy Dog, who's coming in from the flank side. He's trying to mask that footsteps, but saw that Nate gets tossed on forward. He gets onto Roy, confirms the kill. Will get to look for the pickup. Meanwhile, back to Hansi, who's got the Panzerfaust. This could be a 3-man Panzerfaust, as 2 of them would go in with the pickup itself. So should the grenade clip, that is looking like the go time that they are waiting for.
That last engagement between NRG and Royce Esports was absolutely amazing. Like Panks, you gotta give credit to Pankster for really holding his own. He did the first 2 knocks, he got the damage in as well. Just and bought enough time for the rest of the team of NRG. It's not that to say they were far apart, they were on the way. Pankster was just a scout here to just ensure that his team will have a more safer transitioning here. At the same time, getting 2 knocks, that's a very beautiful opening that any team would love to have here. So pretty well done from NRG. Being as aggressive as usual, especially this is the final day. Monster tries to get as farm as many points as much as possible, but we're seeing a lot of this team being very calculated, being very methodical too at the same time. That's exactly what we all love to see. We want to see how they really come through. But NRG at the same time, while they didn't manage to replenish their resources here, it seems like we're finally seeing the outcome of the fight between Shadow Esports and DG.
I like that play earlier on. Happy Squad getting the lay of the land with that flyer, per se. But it seems like the observer's trying to tell us something. Hanzi is itchy on the finger. He's not making that sudden movement, so I don't think he'll be pulling that trigger anytime soon. That target should be Dingo, or WTA, but WTA was being wiped out by another third party within the area. So Dingo is looking more like the prime suspect for that Panzerfaust to lay smoke on. Hanzi going with a push in. He's jumping 360 as well just to check on those corners. Maybe would need to do that as well. He spots one at the far right. Left. Gets shot on from the far right. They traded beautifully with that entry. Shadow Esports, they take down Dingo.
I gotta say, even though Dingo didn't go down, unfortunately, but still a very cool crossfire setup as well. Although the flash assist was fantastic for the follow-up pickoff, they still managed to win out the fight. So it looks like Shadow Esports will be able to have full control of their buildings, but they're not within the safety of the circle, and it's already somewhat encroaching in. Although it is somewhat closer to the blue zone, so that part will be more slower compared to the other edges of the circle here. So compared to the other side, so they should be fine for a good while. But Aurora and JFT on the other hand, one's at the base of the hill and one's trying to scale up. We do see Amp as usual being the long range sniper to give some form of cover. Akita and everyone slowly making their way in. Someone needs to clear things out here, but they can't spend too much time here. If not, Savage and Esports might just have some really nice idea to intersect with this.
Oh, the nades though. They're trading
Good
nades, but Amped, he takes the full brunt.
Oh, sure.
Shuos nearly died, but still is in good health. Fighting condition at the very least. His spirits is still there. Meanwhile, Aurora, I can't say the same for them. The amp feeling relatively empty after that one. And now more nades coming in from the heavens. Aurora, they need to weather the storm. Meanwhile, NRG gets eliminated. 12th place for them.
Savage Man Esports, despite having this 2-2 setup, is a little bit of a high risk kind of situation, but they also understand there's a lot of flatlands in front of them as well, so able to go for the spray down and not too far apart for at least try to assist with each other as well. So Savage Man Esports having the confidence to do this is absolutely phenomenal. But so the rest of the squad, they know for the fact that they can't go to the center. It's too open. It's flatlands. Barely any trees as well. They would need to expend a substantial amount of smokes just to buy the time here. But the team is not going to allow them to have this entertainment. Not when there's this many teams still left in the lobby. 11 teams, by the way, Keith, in this phase 4 here. Sure, it feels like there's still a lot of open free real estate for these teams to play, but it's like what I stressed before. It's flatlands. No one wants to be on that flatlands when there's advantageous points for them to take advantage of, or even edges which probably more safer for them to utilize.
We need to get back to this one right here. Battle between Oceania. It's Aurora Gaming up against JFT. I saw Nidax actually taking Shoehorse on his knees. I'm not sure if they were able to confirm it, but now Suspect is the one who's immobilized. Shoehorse going with the revive, but I see members of Aurora trying to come in flank side to maybe stop them in this revive alone. So Monty, he's got to pay attention towards the primary suspect here, because if his friends were to go in and push in on the flank side, they're going to require some sort of fire support coming in from top. But that being said, does not want to take the risk, seeing as though that the top side of the leaderboards, all the key players who's playing for that top 6 position are all still well and up and healthy. 100 pointers, each of them within the top 5, and they're not going to risk anything, not today at the very least, with the final map of Erangel. So they will find their exits, JFT to follow suit. Now Savage, man, might look for the pickup here. Already 6 kills with them. They get the knock onto one of them. Dusky finds himself on his knees, and Suspect to follow on suit.
This is all due to due diligence. They got the intel. They ensured their surroundings pretty much cracked down. It gives a little bit more confidence for Savage Man to move into the north side of the safety, the sanctuary of the circle here. Stop punishing any teams who's trying to come in a little late, a little too late, unfortunately as well, will result in punishment. Whereas Happy Squad on the other hand will be trying to duke it out with HR27 for control for the western side. Couple of trades are happening, a couple of knocks on the feet are happening at the same time, but no one is really answering the question of where is Alter Ego in this whole situation here. Lolbar, unfortunately, being the last member standing, he did very well to set up to survive this long into the round, to be as durable as much as possible. But unfortunately enough, just like HR27, Day 2 will also be joining them at the sidelines on the bench. As we, from our 11 teams, we're slowly dwindling down to the final few. Some teams are limping in, some teams are still pretty healthy. But then again, like I said before, what is the intention for Alter Ego and where are they now? They've been pretty silent with their positioning so far and also pretty comfortable here. We did see a couple of pot shots that was happening, a couple of trades that they were doing across the map, but haven't really been translating to any kills just yet. But being in a nuisance, they were totally fine on that board.
This Day 3 is all about gapping the differences here, and we see the top 5 positions or the top 6 positions just trying to run away with it. After this game, I'm not even sure if it's mathematically possible for any other teams below the top 6 to be able to contest it. As 2 games back to back, we see all the top contenders staying towards the last few circles, which means they are going to run away with majority of the points left in the pool itself. Meanwhile, Monty got eyes onto up and takes one. Good tap with Akita from the tree lines, gets one onto the members. Can they look to complete the transaction here? The exchange of bullets. If they will look to make the push downwards, this could be detrimental. Meanwhile, Pibby under the blue tries to secure that one more point before going down for the side of JFT, and Aurora still not letting down from their pursuit towards gatekeeping the Savages from entering the borders.
Yeah, this is tough. I think also Savage Man also realized as well when they hit that fence, they noticed this massive wall of a mountain. They knew for a fact that, okay, this is going to be a tough spot. We didn't want to be here, but we're here currently. So what's the game plan, boys? What do we want to do here? They still managed to finding angles and putting the hurt on us for sure. But sadly, utilities, the raiding of utilities will begin later on. Sadly, there's just not enough ammo here. But Seymour, on the other hand, finally we were asking where Alter Ego was in this equation. Now they have revealed themselves. That's a nice knock. Is that going to be also a really great secure? Hive International also joining in the mix as well, since they're currently being good neighbors at that base of that hill. And suddenly out of the blue, while in the process, seems like Trick will also find Savage Man Esports. And Savage Man Esports just decided, yeah, that's a big wall. That's a lot of players. Let's just not give them any more points and just succumb ourselves to the zone here. A Warriors, not really the Warriors ending they're looking for, but a calculated one nonetheless here. So now we're down to our final 5, Keith.
I think they got the Warriors ending. Dude, 9 kills? That's good enough for me, man. Savage Man looking to run away with things. And Alter Ego now on the gunfire against the Happy Squad, who's been picking up those kills for themselves as well. Aurora eliminated. Now they don't get the Warriors exit, because they've only gotten 2, this Oceania team. Alter Ego still in pretty good shape. They've picked up their members, only lose 1 so far. Now going to reset the terrain and their play area. Could look to maybe rival the rest of the lobbies and contest with the likes of Savage Man. But I think 9 kills is quite the stretch to go to the side of Alter Ego alone here, especially with 1 man down. They have to be careful. Mad Cat has got his eyes set towards the members of Alter Ego. That's the Dark Horseman keeping them at bay. Meanwhile, war is happening also on the northern side, and the circle close north. So Happy Squad looking happy with the outcome as they hold the Hive International at bay. Slowly blowing them up with their vehicle. You know what they say, coffin on wheels as it blows up and Mad Cat gets knocked out. Chiverit looking to end this one out. Gets 2 from the tree line, leaving only Evil Patrick. He's making a run towards the B line itself. Tries to go in from 2 different angles. Understands that information has been transferred, but they catch him out and Dark Horse is eliminated. Alter Ego versus Happy Squad left.
This is the moment as well. And since Happy Squad was able to make quick work of Hive International as well, this gives them a little bit more of a breathing room to how they want to, especially resetting themselves, to positioning the final fight here to see how they really want to tackle out against Alter Ego. They're getting a lot of audio cues, which is pretty much why you see CJ making headway towards across the street here, because this is the only time, the only opening that he's ever going to get to cross this open land without using any smoke trails. Which, by the way, if you notice for his utilities, he's only got just one, pretty much none on the belt here. 10 trip has 1 as well, so pretty much everyone dies outside. That smoke is probably going to be either going to be used for a save or to reset themselves here. But anyway, CJ's up ahead. He's here to try to picture out any audio cues, because this circle, despite being phase 7, is still pretty small. But this land is still massively large for 5 remaining members here. So someone needed to scout far ahead, just trying to notify the rest of the team. Are they relocating? Are they still towards that southeastern side? This is going to be very crucial intel that will enable Happy Squad to decide where they're going to be focusing their crosshair at. Which, by the way, just to answer your question, right? So 9 kills from Savage Man Esports, that's substantial. But if Alter Ego wins out this fight, placement point is 10 on top of the 3 kills, they should be able to catch up to them here.
Technically, if the game is already theirs in this case, with the placement points alone, right? Because it doesn't really take much to close in the gap on 9, and unfortunately for Savage Man, they bowed out much sooner. But right now, it's he who gets the chicken dinner. That's the real concern. And we've seen historically Alter Ego and Erangel are pretty much 1-to-1. They're a match made in heaven. And let's see if they can potentially close this one out, despite the number disadvantage in their midst. Chibrit is one of those great players to come out from this team.
He's not aware.
Yeah, but so the CJ, who's going to be positioned way behind him, surely they heard that footsteps. He's walking into the lion's den here. Gets shoots out. CJ spots him. In a perspective view, he sprays on the Chibrit. That is pretty much it. Alter Ego, with their ego, a little bit of a misjudge right there. And now Seymour has to play alone against all 3 members. Can the clutch come in? The smokes are out. So he has to forego any sort of intel coming from his eyes. He can't trust them. Has to go by instincts.
Now this game's in their bag. It's too much of a mountain for them to climb. He's not even in the zone. Happy Squad is literally just choking him out of options here. Unless he might pulls off the most insane clutch here to try to get those shots in. Then probably gets translated into more kills later on here. But then again, do take into account the smokes are slowly dissipating away here. Not a lot of open cover here. He needs to look for heads here. But he's getting tagged, he's getting named. And that's all has been said. Happy Squad once again will be securing chicken dinner here for the second match for our final map of Erangel here. Really well done coming to this, guys. I'm gonna say it first, Keith. That poke coming in from Ia was monumental. Let me tell you why, right? So CJ is already in front, right? He's really keeping his head down, trying to be as silent as much as possible, right? But he was trying to be not trigger happy about this. Ia putting pot shots on Chibrit forces him to divert his attention to the farther side of the circle. So he completely be oblivious to CJ, who was currently in this midst as well. Completely letting him drop his guard. So really well done for that one. Of course, with that being said, let's quickly check out the highlights for our final map of Erangel. So that was the final map of Erangel as well. And no matter how many times I see that highlight, especially the last one as well with CJ as well, how ER draw the attention, I just felt absolute chills because Chibre was just so preoccupied with the whole situation where too many grounds, so many open areas for them to really scout things out. Since they did scale up the hill, so they barely have any intel, Keith. So the minute ER just drop in that 1 or 2 pot shots, which even if it connects, that's great. Even if it doesn't, it already put the focus on him. He drawed him, he's baited him out. He was like, all right, that's my target, you're there. And then CJ was just smiling in the grass, just waiting for him to cross that straight open area, cross that set. Really well done, really well done.
I mean, you have to give command. You have to command the man with the trigger discipline, right? That was some smart plays. Not only did it diverge any sort of intel that he could be collecting while scouting through the grasses itself, but that also pretty much, how do you put this? Outplay the opposing team because of the various reasons that you mentioned, right? Number one is to diverge that intel. Number two, you could just wait for the next guy if he was right behind him to maybe go for that one and have your friends address the guy in front instead. So that kind of really just smart plays coming out from their end itself. Meanwhile, let's take a look at some of the statistics that came out from match 14 here in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's to be expected as well. A lot of the stats. Savageman Esports, they were prioritizing a little bit more on positioning as well, because sure, they did drop towards Ferry Pier and still within they were still within the safety of the first phase circle, right? When it was first shown towards Military Base Island here. But understanding on how quick the circle can shift and how the terrain is like towards Military Base, they prioritize in just getting whatever loot they can, making sure they're well sustained, and just prioritizing positioning. That was pretty much the name of the game for them here. But because there's just too many teams, they just ended up getting blocked out by a massive cliff, and then they decided, we're going to succumb ourselves to the zone. But they still did a decent amount of job keeping themselves in the lead here, which is why they're still ranked 1 in the total leaderboard. Happy Squad, on the other hand, 10 kills. I mean, I'm not surprised. Previous round before this also had an absurd amount of kills as well here. So now 10 kills on top of a chicken dinner here. That's a lot of points. And we're going to be seeing a quick change to the ranking, so especially since our team Aurora wasn't able to get much from this round again in our second match of Erangel.
They fit the minimum requirement. Like, they needed that. I had it at the back of my head. They need a minimum of 10 kills at the very least, right?
Yep.
Because remember, they started the day at 6th place with only 88-ish points. And I think they're slowly losing their grip within the top 6 itself. But they needed this to give them a comfortable enough jump to perhaps be within the 100 ranger here and be in contention again strongly for the top 6, if not the top 3 or top 2 position itself.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. Day 2 was kicking into the high gear. Day 3, the final day as well, it was just pretty much going on an absolute overdrive. Happy Squad was going all at it. Savageman as well here. But still, now we're looking at the total leaderboard. Savageman is still in the lead, but look at the point differential. It's really nobody's race. It's everybody's race currently at the moment for the first 2 spots. Sure, the top 6, or at least the 5th and 6th place, is still somewhat doable, still compatible for some of the teams that's still trying to build up to it. But other than that, it's still a pretty close race for a lot of these guys, and it's still pretty cool.
I think the narrative now shifts to one team in particular, also now under the spotlight, Hive International. This team was like 10th place, we're bottom half of the entire leaderboards. Right now, 1 game away. Already at the 80th mark, when that benchmark to be in the number 6 is about 97-ish. So we'll see if they can do it. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break before we get into our next map. That would be, I believe, Rondo or Taego. We'll find out. My name is Keith. Right now, it's with Leonard. We'll go into a quick 5 minutes. We'll see you when we get back.
Bugatti on the battlegrounds, the return of a classic arcade game, and a DMR rebalance. All this and more as we dive into the Update 37.1 patch report. First up, the Coupe RB is getting a luxury overhaul thanks to our collaboration with Bugatti. The collab will feature 2 Bugatti Hyper sports cars, over a dozen paint colors, different interior styles, wheel types, and more. So check out the upcoming collaboration announcement for full details on how to create the incomparable. Next up, we've officially implemented the DMR changes we introduced via Gunplay Labs. DMRs have seen a 12% damage decrease overall, and many have had their overall RPM reduced by about 45%. By adjusting DMRs, our goal is to expand the viable weapon choices across the battlegrounds, while keeping your choice of weapons strategic to your style and situation. Gunplay updates will continue every 2 months, and we'll be closely monitoring your feedback along the way. Next, grab your controller with those chicken-greased fingers because PUBG is coming back. For a limited time, you can drop back into the fan-favorite top-down 2D minigame we released back in 2021. Player Omnom's Battlegrounds is a hardcore, retro action arcade experience where you'll fight powerful chicken bosses. We've even added a brand new map, Paramo, for the re-release. So drop in and see how far you can get. Radical! UGC Alpha is now officially live. From Update 37.1, all Battlegrounds Plus players can create UGC Alpha sessions. And we've added new sample modes as well. For more details, check out the patch notes and our official YouTube channel. Other changes include the addition of vending machines and destructible pots on Destin, and the removal of the canted site. There's also a new rank season, a new survivor pass, and various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.1 is here, so get creative with UGC Alpha, bust out the Bugatti, and turn player Omnom into your next chicken dinner. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Chicken. New boss. Captain Crispy.
Yeah, you know what it is. We're back down here on the PUBG Esports Master Series 2025. This is Phase 2, and we've got into the midway point, or the crossroads, the point in which there's no return, and we're getting into it, into Taego. Let's go.
Very excited to be here as well. This is prime time for a lot of these guys. Yes, we're currently in match number 3. Like you said, Keeper, practically halfway through in this year. Not many matches left to go. And this is what I was about to bring up with you as well. It's usually around match 3. It's like after 3 matches in, or 3 maps in, that's when we be able to start slowly drawing the lines between which team is going to be a contender for which specific spots, and what's going to be like the rankings going as the night continue to proceed on. But of course, naturally, that kind of assumption can somewhat be upsetted as well, depending on the performances of the players so far. As we have seen, some teams, some had great nights, some may not have a great night but had some great matches. Some even had a great night and some had bad matches instead. So we'll just have to see how it's going to be like for a lot of these guys. But so far, as we can see, literally can't even be compared from day one, day two. A lot of our top teams really ensuring that they're not one of the few teams bailing out, one of the first few teams to be bailed out early into the round. We're seeing, at least from these first two matches alone, Keith, we're seeing at least majority of the top 6 teams at least still retaining all the way to becoming at least one of our final 8 in that before we reach to that final circle.
Yeah, and that's always the scary part, because as more and more maps split that way, you know that the remaining points are all feeding onto the top 6 right now, and that's going to make it harder and harder for any sort of potential comeback from the bottom halves here. But we'll see. You know what they say, don't call it till the fat lady sings, and so far I'm hearing dead silence until bullet shots starts coming in, but you get the point. It ain't over till it's over. And to be fair, I guess more eyes would be upon like 6th placing all the way down to 9th, because it's still very much interchangeable within one map right there. So it's still looking good for some of those teams. Meanwhile, from 10th onwards, I think they should just play their hearts out towards the last few maps and have fun while they're at it.
Which is what makes me really curious, right? Especially for each and every one of these guys, right? Or maybe particularly some of our top teams currently contending, or closest to contending for the top 6 spot, right? Is what's really going on in their head, right? What's the train of thought coming into this final night, right? How do they want to play? What's going to be the play style? What's the playbook? What's the philosophy that's going to be coming into this final night? Because, like, as we stressed this out before, there's no team that's really running away with the competition so far, especially for that first 2 spots. Just want to remind it for everyone as well, when we talk about the top 6, that's just to qualify for the PGS APAC qualifiers. But there's also two different kind of qualification. When I mean by 2 different kind of qualification, I'm talking about for the first 2 ranking, the first 2 teams that qualified in will go straight to the finals of that APAC qualifier, for that PGS qualifier, whereas the 3rd and 6th place, they will have to go through the play-ins or the playoffs first, contest in that playoffs qualifier, then only can they go straight to the finals as well. Yeah, it's an Apex, it's a PUBG Apex special. It's a grand finals to a qualifier, into another grand finals, into another qualifier again. But that just shows we have so many regions trying to bring into the international scenes here as well. So many great teams. And by the way, we haven't even counted in both the Vietnam and the Thailand teams. It's pretty insane what a journey that we have here in APAC. But of course, not as an amazing and unfortunate here for one of the members for WTA, as first one's going to be drawn, and Chibrit, who's just scouting things out, is going to be able to achieve a freebie. Might even get a double in the process here. That's 2 points on the belt here for Alter Ego. I can tell you this, Keith. Alter Ego, they're not messing around. They missed 2 opportunities to secure chicken dinners for themselves here. Now they're stepping up. They say, nope, we're not satisfied with 2nd or 3rd place. Sure, it's great, but we want more. We want that solidification of that first 2 spots.
I think they just want the money, man. The first 2 positions.
The money is a nice thing, right? It's nice grocery money. I'll admit.
Think about it. The first 2 positions, you're both going into the finals. It is really the real determining factor between 1st place and 2nd place. Is a lot though. 7.5 thousand versus 4. That is substantial. That's about like 3 more thousand, which in Malaysian ringgit is about close to 15 grand. I can tell you this much. You can put a down payment on a car with that.
I know, Keith. I know. But, Keith, you got to think about this, right? Sure, the financial is great, by the way. Good revenge, man. WTA lost 2 members to Alter Ego. So this is their way of letting them know, hey, I don't like the fact that you knocked out 2 of my teammates. I could equalize it with 2 more, but I'll be satisfied with 1. But Alter Ego is within the vicinity. WTA is making a really quick exit as well. So they should be able to pick up the blue chips for the revive later on here. However, we see Mon on the glider having air superiority as well, spraying them down, just trying to get the intel in. Even if it doesn't get the knock, this is just so much information getting for Alter Ego. And they're not stopping, by the way. They're still hunting them down. There's a few compounds nearby, but they're still going for the hunt. It's amazing. but I guess a little too far. How far will they have to go for this? Oh, it seems like WTA decides to bunker down, but it took too much shot. This could be an opportunity for Mon to secure the third hit. That's going to be a third point, and all three was from courtesy of WTA. One member still remains. Not sure where he went to, but yeah, Keith, I agree with you. The prize money, that's great, you know. But think of it career-wise, right? Because I think this is the only tournament. This is probably the only starting point for our APAC side, right? To actually try to get into
No. I'm gonna hold you right there before you go deep into that thought.
Right.
Career-wise, it's not gonna make the difference between first and second place.
No, I mean, first and second, yeah. I'm not talking about the first and second. I'm just talking about solidifying yourself as either the first or second. Because that third place, the point differential in the third ranking and the second and first is we're not talking about like 15 points away from each other, right? We're talking about like a differential of 3 or 5 points. So if either one of those three outperforms, actually no, even the fourth ranking, if I'm not mistaken, fourth place currently, which is being hosted by Aurora, 115 points in total. That's practically 10 points difference from Alter Ego. 10 points from Alter Ego and 15 from Savage Man Esports. We still have 3 more matches to go. And Aurora's a team that can pull off this kind of a miracles from history alone here. That's why I'm saying out of concern, this first 2 spot is that sure, it's not a competition between the first and second place. It's a competition between our top 4 to get into that first and second place. Yes, I should have phrased it that way. I should have phrased it that way.
Yes, that I can completely agree. If you're looking to like gap yourself to again be comfortable, then yes, by all means they should be working towards that, right? Yeah. I'm just saying if we ever get into a position where Alter Ego wants to take on first place, it could only be 2 things for motivation: for ego and pride and bragging rights, or the money. Really, you wouldn't go that far. Meanwhile, talking about going far, maybe Dingu might just stop here and down, because Nirvana has already got them scoped out under the barrels of their gun, already trading some hits for the time being. They don't have much of a cover here. Now, it's a singular house, which means at any given point in time, if the far guy gets knocked out, if their scout gets knocked out in the back lines, it's going to be a crash, that's for sure. And Nirvana is already getting ready for it. They're trying to find angles to poke and prod.
Yeah, teams currently like Hive International, Nirvana, and Roy Esports. Now they're feeling the Esther here for sure, because they're the one that wants to try to qualify for this. Because like I said before, right, this is pretty much the starting line for you to just qualify to get the golden ticket to go to PGS. To the PGC. Because how we determine which team to represent in PGC is not going to be another tournament. It's the team that has accumulated the most amount of PGC points. And the most you can earn PGC points currently in the next upcoming tournament is from PGS 9 and 10. But to get into PGS 9 and 10, you need to win out the PGS APAC Qualifier. And to get into that qualifier, then you need to be the top 6 teams here in the Master Series to get into that APAC Qualifier. Sure, it's going to be another qualifier to the Grand Finals, but that's another problem with the here. But a problem which Yen needs to figure out if he wants to keep himself in the running. But unfortunately, too many drive-by. It feels like straight out of a Max Payne movie here. That's going to be a knockdown. Yen all alone. They will try to see if they can try to go to the intent of the saves, but I think they just might have to forego him. But good trade backs, however, coming in from Hawkeye. But I think that knock is going to be within the vicinity of a cover here. But it looks like Dingo Gaming, they will commit to go for the saves here, because if they can try to bring as many people as much as possible, they might as well take the chance.
Wasted opportunity for NRG. They should have been patient. This was exactly what they needed. Yan and the far side gets knocked out. If they were there within the situation, they can look to immediately push that compound, and that would be terrible for Dingo. But now, Dingo gets the trade off. He potentially picking up his ally and potentially taking up this fight against Unlucky. Then maybe this would all be well worth it here. And NRG no longer sticking on their backs. So Dingo is going to run free. And they've got all 4 members. Honestly, even if they want to make an exit right now, that's not a bad idea either.
Yeah, they already achieved the objective to go for the revive, but I guess because they initially saw that they had a knockdown, I think they definitely want to see if there's an opportunity to try to go for the finisher, but it seems not.
Oh.
Really try to take the more safer approach to try to make a quick getaway.
What are you
However, the original objective to save one member now
What?
comes down to saving two. The vehicle gets blown up for tanking too much damage, and now unfortunately the two remaining members will have no time to hold the line here because there's just nowhere to go. There's no other exit plans that they have or vehicles to escort them out here. No smoke. No other smoke utilities toward the smoke trail as well. They'll be running on foot here, only into the clutches, and unfortunately, Overly has an overhead view to start sniping them down. And I believe this is going to be a spell for disaster here for Dingo Gaming. 13 on, stuck between a rock and a hard place. The only smoke that they have, well, it's going to be dissipating shortly away. So this is going to be his final stand. How much damage can he do? Sadly, not enough, but not as much as Savage Man Esports against Sharper Esports. My God, 13. If I'm not mistaken, 3 falling just for the score screen alone.
That right there, clear as day. Clear as day was a hesitation from Dingo's part. What was the game plan? To pick up the member and get out of there, or pick up the member and go for the fight? It seemed like they couldn't decide, and they were split 2 and 2, and well, he ended up not achieving any of those objectives. It died out. Hesitation kills, especially at this late in the tournament.
Yeah, I guess it just took a little bit too long. We do see the emergency pickup coming in here, but WTA, again, this is just one of the risks that comes with the job when you're taking the emergency pickup. Sure, there's a chance for you to land in a really good spot if you drop too far from the circle here. But if you come in a little too late, team that's currently occupying crucial spots will be able to greet you in kind. WTA already lost 1 member. They can't afford to lose more. There are already 2 members remaining. Actually, sorry. If Dean were to fall now, then WTA will only be left with 1.
I mean, WTA, they're playing for fun at this point, right? So it's all right for them. I guess one thing good about being down in the bottom 2 is also you're not that pressured to perform towards the last game. So you kind of just make memories with your friends, which honestly might go longer than prize pool would ever take you to, right? So
I mean, it's a good opportunity too, right?
Yeah.
It's a good experience, it's a good opportunity. I mean, also kudos, right? Like, to get to the qualifiers here against the other teams that also sign up for it, you're fighting with a lot of titans in this tournament. There's also other well-known orcs that wasn't even in this tournament as well. That's also that has made their mark in history in the APAC qualifiers. So pretty great stuff coming from WTA. But you know what? Enough about the sentimentals. Let's quickly focus on the task at hand. Our job is not done yet, Keith. So we see Dark Horseman making a quick getaway, but naturally playing around the edges here, right? This is not like Miramar, so it's more similar towards the Erangel play style, where you're still able to play around the edges. You can go for drive-bys, you can go for a couple of compound crashes if you have the confidence to do so again. And Alter Ego, Man has been maintaining this air superiority with his glide, and it's been actually giving them really great stuff as they get the intel and a lot of information earned from that.
Oh no, this looks like going into Hell's Kitchen right here. Driving straight into JFT. Sprayed left, right, center, and Pibby is the last line of defense here. We'll get that crazy dog who's crazy enough to try and drive through these sharks over in Australia. Bull sharks, you could call them.
Similar tags. Unfortunately, Crazy Dog's not going to be with them towards the final fight here. But this is the problem, right? When you're late to the circle, you're going to be ending up running into a lot of team around the edges here. I think we've been seeing a little bit too much here around the map here. But I think particularly for this match in particular, a lot more early than expected because of just how the circles shift with the terrain that's somewhat available for a lot of these guys. But JFT, they were able to get 1 kill for themselves here. What about the situation against Aurora, which is currently duking it out with ISG, and I believe this is going to be a compound crash as well, as ISG was the initial resident of this current place. They're holding their ground pretty well for now here, but then we do see people coming in with a Panzerfaust, and unfortunately it will collide with the window frame and won't go all the way in.
So I guess you could say window frames are indestructible, even to a Panzerfaust itself. but bullets will slide right through them, and it gets one member from Aura. These samurais, they're trying to run them through. Oh, they could have been bad, but the flash was there. He's going for the backstab. What an outplay, Nedex! Now turns it into 1v1, but unfortunately with that, Aurora will bow out early this time, round 14 place.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good at all. I mean, of course, sure, okay, you're still in the top 6, you're safe, but the fact remains, right? Sure, like I said, like we were talking about this before, Q, where if you're in the top 6 at the end of the day, I mean, sure, that's great, right? You're still keeping yourself in the competition, you're still pushing yourself forward, but ideally, if you could go straight to grand finals and just skip over the additional qualifiers that comes with it, I mean, why not, right? So I guess that's the only takeaway about this. But other than that, Aurora, that's the only concern for Aurora. They're already in top 6. They're not really like have to be concerned compared to other teams like Roy Esports and NRG, where losing members as they are really wanting to have as many members as possible for this final fight at least to battle it out for that 6th spot. Because currently Shadow Esports is having that 6th spot with 98 points here. Still pretty doable for both Roy, NRG, and Hive International to actually overcome here, really.
But the scary part about that is, right, like, let's say Roy Esports and the Chicken Dinner with 10 kills, you're already topping Aurora's position. So
107. I mean, yeah, close to Aurora.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. Like, and if you're still 7th to the 9th place, you're still up there in contention to take over the top 6 position itself, right? You still have a chance. If you're 10th place and below right now, currently at 68 points, then yeah, you're playing for the memories.
Cool. Steven did get a little bit attacked during their migration down across the bridge here, but guess what? Happy Squad getting ready to greet them. It's a new border control here. They're pretty strict with their bylaws. Feven gets knocked down. CJ not too far behind. The man who actually was the final in the cockpit for Alter Ego in the last round. And also the same for Gonil. Nades are landing. Nades are finishing. Now
I'm pretty sure this is illegal, dude. I mean, it's called, what do we call bomb fishing? Yeah, you call yourself a fisherman, but you just bomb in the dynamite fishing.
Dynamite fishing, yes.
That's illegal, dude. Oh, and another one. Oh, could have been another one that bites the dust. But they got a clip, so they got a hit counter. I'm sure he's gonna keep trying.
Wait, it's not happy. Oh, it's okay now. Roy is also joining in with the nadings. All right. You know, I guess this is a very well-known fishing spot. You know, everyone likes to come here.
Well, it's, you know, unfortunately, it's not the Japanese doing it, right? Because they're so good in their fishing methods. But Roy will join the fishes in the water itself. Gioni, maybe Runix is under the cover of smoke, can look to resuscitate for dear life, and actually Roy now attention towards Happy Agent bots instead. So this could create opportunities or pocketful moments in which the Samurais can look to capitalize. Meanwhile, Savage Man Esports up against Alter Ego. Now, again, this is the best of situations for the bottom tier team, 7th to 9th place. Right now, the top teams are taking each other out, and they're going to feed the remaining points left in the map for you to capitalize on.
Oh, what a circle. But at the same time, it's such a pivotal moment for Savage Man Eastman and Alter Ego here. These two teams duking it out here. Whoever gets shut down here could be an opportunity for the other to climb up the ladder here. And I'm talking about Happy Squad. And I'm looking at Happy Squad right now with a point differential of 5. Savage Man Esports, 1 member down. Will remove them from play. And now Alter Ego is here to stay. Although they do have 1 member knocked out, but they should have enough time to go for the revive. We do see HR27FY slowly creeping his way through. He's hearing a lot of these audio cues here. But same goes for NRG. They want to join in the fray here. They notice that ATO is currently well seated within the compound and say, wait! Oh, no, they didn't see it. They didn't see it. FY is currently behind the rocks. But sadly, his shots will not land, and Pangsters will be the one to greet him in kind. Now Alter Ego just barely recovering from their initial fight, from their wounds. NRG is here to might be the one to put them to bed in this round.
Oh, right now, Alter Ego looking like they can just run away with it. 7 kills already. And still left alive. Chirberit right there under the barricade. I think I saw the tool call down some of those cubes, and they will. Well, not cube per se, triangular structures, covers. But now Roy Esports still at the bay, at the bank, initially trying to hold them down, the Samurais itself, from ever making it into circle. But it seems like they're the ones getting pincered down, moving in between the crossfires of the Samurais and Happy squad themselves. Happy does have the compound, so they are in a much stronger position. Roy Esports will. Oh, this is unsuspecting. Right next to him, ISG and Kamsis. He hid in the vehicle just to reset, and now it's a 1v1. But of course, the third party is there from Hive.
Oh, Juan's gonna be the one to knock him down here. That's going to be a nice freebie if he actually spots the body, but TD also slowly making his way through. I think he's just someone going to be trying to get a better angle for this. He got nice. There's a little bit of a hill behind his back here, so Hive International shouldn't be able to snipe him off of the back line. But meanwhile, happening towards our northwestern circles here, Turtle juggling between both ATO and Alter Ego, NRG, trying to literally being pincered out by two sides here. Now finally feeling the Esther here, feeling the mode as well. And now Alter Ego is slowly joining in the fray. They saw an opportunity to try to punish NRG, and it seems that's going to be the case. Hirohani Papata Samurai finally, last member will be removed from play here. Turtle still standing as well. I believe he's the last member for NRG. Now 1v3, unfortunately not. At first we thought it was NRG who had the cards in their hands, but with ATO joining in the fray, that was a window of opportunity that Alter Ego was not gonna miss. 10 kills on their belts on top of that as well. Feeling absolutely great about this.
Yeah, it's an absolutely easy takeover. They just need to play passive, play for the position points. Unlucky to go out in 7. But it's the Happy squad right now who will take up the loots and gear up towards the last few final circles. Alter Ego comfortably now occupies the top placing by technicality with the number of kills that they have, and potentially even the chicken dinner that they have earned so far in the Erangel matches that they've played. Meanwhile, Hive looking pretty strong here in contention for that 6th place. Shadow Esports has been staggered in terms of the progress, and we're midway through the tournament. This is your third map, pretty much midway point. And so they haven't made much progress to get out from the 6th place here and create an even bigger lead. So Hive might be very well in position to take over, especially if they take out the giants such as Alter Ego.
Yeah, it's all about setting. It's all about setting the plan in motion, right? Just slowly build up towards it. Now we're slowly going towards phase 7 here. So no more blue token revives here. But at the same time, even if they do try to go for a revive before this as well, during phase 5, I think it's also going to be pretty difficult as there's just barely any loot for them to farm here, really. Looks like they have shared things out. ATO still sticking it out. Of course, courtesy having a really small, very brief alliance with Alter Ego to remove NRG. Now their alliance seems to have crumbled away, as now they want to be the true kings of the north. But the same intention comes from Alter Ego, as they want to try to gain this massive control on this northern edge here. Dark Horse, on the other hand, they were very comfortable in their current spot for these past 2 phases so far. They did join in with a couple of trades, but didn't really lead to any squad wipes so far. Majority of the wipes was pretty much concluded based on the ages around the circle now.
Oh, it's gonna go down to a point here. Oh, he's sending in a package.
Oh.
That car's hot wired straight onto Alter Ego. Doesn't hit the mark. It's slowing down. Oh, but it does clip from the far side. Alter Ego. They let in the Trojan horse, and now they're one member weak and tricked under the gunfire. What a perfect entry from Atto. What a play. That should be in the highlights, and they're making it well worth it. Charging on forward. the blue zone grenades. Man, the only one staying back. He's got Flash to keep in the bait. He's trying to go in with the revive, but more ballistics and concussions going on their way. Alter Ego
Well done.
shattered 6th place.
Really well done. And this is not just my opinion. It's also Happy Squad as well. Just seeing the kill feed coming in, they were like, great. There goes both Alter Ego and Savage Man Esports here. How now Happy Squad just need to prioritize trying to get to that final 4 and probably try to win things out here. Now suddenly the opportunity just to try to break out of that 3rd place is available once again for Happy Squad here. But ATO, well done, 6 kills. And this is and really nice timings and really well-placed engagement as well at the same time. Roy Esports on the other hand, in 7th place, but with 1 member, it's gonna be a really hard time to really try to find a way into the circle, or at least to find any good spots with just 1 member alone. There's just not many left here. We'll get spotted out by CJ here. And now we're down to our final 4. Dark Horseman pretty much in the same spot with Roy Esports here. But that doesn't mean he can't do any. That doesn't mean he can't be a nuisance. That doesn't mean he can't be an absolute menace to some of these guys here to be the cheeky last player here.
Oh, this map. Look at that circle. Phase 7. The saturation going on. Atto takes control of the high hills. And now we've talked about this, right? For the teams that are mathematically impossible, they might just be thorns in a bush. And right now they're looking like it. They've already griefed the likes of Alter Ego. Looking to grief the remaining of the lobby as they've got absolute control in the circle. And they're forcing the last few players within this lobby to address each other first.
Oh, by the way, you forgot to add before Alter Ego, they also were griefing around NRG as well. It was NRG first, then only Alter Ego. 1 step at a time for their end, at least.
Absolute firepower coming in from Atto. But come on, that intro, right? That car, hot wired, ready to go, Trojan horse method.
That's the second time, right? I believe we witnessed that the first time on day 1, then we never saw it again. This is the second time. Can you imagine if that vehicle actually picked up a little bit more speed, right? A little bit more torque in that? Probably won't just end with 1 person just now, but none. Being the sneaky cheeky player, I don't think they spotted him yet.
The first time we saw that strategy, it didn't really pan out because it kind of blew up on a house, but it's got nothing in the trade. This time around, it finally worked. So that was the exciting part about the Trojan horse itself.
I mean, I wouldn't say there was no impact in the first one. It literally blew up like all of that team's vehicle, if I recall. They came in with 3. They left with 1. And it wasn't even their vehicle. But still, DH, none. Okay. They still don't know. We spot the leg. Yeah, for sure. From this angle, we can see the leg.
I guess you could say he's doing none about it. He's none having it. He's none gonna shoot, man.
I think you should only say that after ER falls to none. He is just not having it.
It's not
Can't
gonna
even
move
handle
him
this. Dude, that is gonna be such a pain for Happy Squad. It really is. And they're all and 2 of these members of Happy Squad perfectly lined up in front of him as well.
You know what they say? It's not the enemy in front of you that hurt you. It's the one that you call a friend. Right on the inside of it.
Oh, I thought you gotta keep your enemies closer, you know? Somewhere along the lines.
Well, he's kept them close. He's
he
stepping
got stuck.
on it. Surely.
Did he realize? Oh no.
He does not. That obstruction.
Oh no, he felt it. Oh no, he's going for the vehicle.
He's looking down though.
Yeah, because it's a bush. You shouldn't get stuck.
His character He's making it work. Nan is making it work. What a griefer. This Happy Squad too. That's another team in the top 3. Another team in the top 3. Right now, you're about to grief so many teams. Once they watch up, pull this replay up, they're gonna be so disappointed with themselves.
No, I mean depending on the results, right? Depending on the outcome for us. Now we were thinking about the worst case scenario, right? Like
Oh! Could have been a rollover.
That kill feed would have probably surprised Iya entirely. Imagine you're driving, suddenly that kill feed popped up, you ran over somebody.
I don't know what happened, but why does not get plot armor right now? Maybe this is the end of it. It's about to expire. Toss a nade, catches two, does he? Shoots the far side, that's Iya. Oh my god, could have been a highlight right there.
Close enough, but you know, cool. I mean, content-wise, it was pretty great. Felt like he should have taken the shot much earlier, but because there was two members of Happy Squad really just lined up like next to each other in front of him. But you know, with that being said, regardless, good knock coming from Shrem, forcing him down the knees, but naturally it's within covers, so the revive shouldn't be a problem. We do see a very aggressive smoke shell setup just to cater to the fact that they really want to try to box them in. This is the final phase as well. Doty finds a shot landing perfectly as well, but now it comes out to him alone in a 1v2. Iya and CJ not having no notion to go for the pickup here. They want to go for the frags. The flash was beautiful. The buy the timing for him to breathe.
Ooh, this is such a high tense moment right here. How do you even breathe? 10 trip right there, passing on the info. They have an idea, general vicinity on where each one may be, and they clips him a little bit. Can he play the remainder of the smoke? It does seem to look like he might time out soon enough.
There's one.
He's up against Giant though. It's CJ. CJ's still alive. He's a good shot, and obviously, with that sort of good shot in your team, you cannot miss. And it will be a chicken dinner going on to the Smiling Bulldogs, happy as their name can be. Happy Squad.
Absolutely fantastic. Phenomenal job, really. Two chicken dinners, suddenly from their initial rank when they first started the day, they should elevate them all the way up to rank 1 for themselves here, dethroning the original 2 here. Alter Ego should be in second place. Savage Man Esports, despite all the efforts, now drop all the way down to 3rd place. But here's the catch, Keith. Still within the top 6 naturally, but we'll as we check out right after the highlight. Well, that's the highlights for match number 3 here. And with that being said, Keith, after the conclusion of that match as well, we're currently halfway done with Championship Sunday night here. And even at just looking at the leaderboard here as well, it's suddenly out of the blue. It just doesn't feel the same as or what we predicted as well. We thought we were going to be seeing teams just slowly climbing up the ladder one step at a time, not suddenly scaling significant leads or skipping multiple teams here like what Happy Squad's been doing. And this is going to be the post-game stats across the teams here, across the utilities that they had utilized for themselves.
Oh my god, Happy Squad 2K Bomber. What a step up from this team. I mean, we've seen them. We know they're aggressive as heck. Especially in day number 2, that's where they really got their highlight reels spotlighted upon them. But Hive International, remember this team from the bottom of the pack, now in contention for the top 6 position. But of course, I'm not trying to steal that spotlight from Happy Squad because they finished with 11 kills, chicken dinner 3 chicken dinner so far in this entire run of the Master Series.
It's just really great hard work really coming in. Everything plays a part in it. Sure, you may not have a lot of chicken dinners in between, but because of their aggression, right? Sure, it's high risk, but it's also high rewards, right? They're getting a lot of kills for majority of this round, and it has been slowly, and it has been building up from day number 1. The same can be said for a lot of these games as well. NRG was doing the same thing. JFT. The only difference was that the fact that when we got into day 2, we were discussing like what's going to be the game plan, the philosophy for a lot of these top teams in day 2, which is mostly just about trying to be more not consistently having great performances, but consistently just ensuring that you're still leaving those rounds with decent amount of points for yourself just to retain yourself in the ranking, because you had no idea what's it going to be like when it gets to day 3 here. We're halfway through. We already see Happy Squad jumping in from that 6th or 7th place all the way to that top 1 after 3 matches alone here, and other teams are so slowly building up their revenue, and suddenly out of the blue we're looking towards that potential 6th spot being overwhelmed by either Roy Esports or NRG here, because right now that 6th spot, which is currently being hosted by Shadow Esports, Keith, it's 96 points. It hasn't changed much compared to what Hive International, Roy Esports has been, and NRG. They have been putting in the number this past 3 matches. Now each of them have 92 to 85 points respectively here, and it's literally easily able to overcome Shadow Esports in this next final few matches. And if we're talking about which is the cause of concern, Keith, it's going to be Shadow Esports when we get to the map of Miramar. That map in day 1, day 2, Shadow Esports had the most amount of success in the map Miramar. It was literally where they got their first 2 chicken dinners from as well here. So that's also something to be a cause of concern for that if you really want to try to overwhelm them in that 6th spot.
Yeah, that's a huge drop off from Shadow Esports. Remember, we're 3 games deep now, and I haven't seen them pretty much rake significant pointers across to their banner. And we're down to the last 3 maps. And Hive, again, this team went from 14 to 10 to now 7, just barely knocking on the door in overtaking this. And look at the Happy Squad, just that 1 win, that 120 bomber alone. This is what I mentioned about the even distribution of points. Anyone within the top 6 position is 1 game away from robbing the number 1 spot. And Happy Squad, they were at, I believe, 5th place previously, but this 1 game with the 20 bombers got them all the way up to now number 1. It's very interchangeable. So the top 2 spots right here is going to be the brunt of the heat of the action. Meanwhile, 6th place as well, looking really shaky for some of these underdogs to come on in and take it from their spot.
Yeah, it's slowly, we're slowly able to just visualize and categorize which team is going to be contesting for which certain ranking as well. So far, Aurora and Justice for tomorrow, nothing much has been happening, but of course that doesn't mean they were really sitting things out. They were going through their own kinds of trials and tribulations and able to overcome majority of it until we got to the very end here. But at the same time, although a little bit more quieter, they're still within the top 6 here though. So as I guess you could say, this is just what we were talking about on day 1, where we're slowly getting to those final few matches where teams just needs to come into realization where, all right, we it's gonna be hard to get to that first 2 spots to get into grand finals. But let's just make sure we qualify for that PGS APAC qualifier. Sure, we're gonna go through another round of qualifiers, but at least make sure we get in first. At least that way, we still have something to talk about. We still have a fighting chance here, rather than not having any in the first place here. So that's also going to be somewhat of a discussion here. That's between 4th and 5th place, trying to be consistent, maintaining themselves, securing their spot. That 6 is between Shadow Esports, Roy, Hive, International, and NRG, what we were discussing earlier. And now the team, of course, which are the 2 teams that's going to be going straight to the finals in the APAC qualifier for the PGS. That's currently being in discussion between both Savage Man, Taego, and Happy Squad.
Oh, oh well. As we move on from the next, I guess with the final day, you can only look on forward, and we have got 3 more maps to play, 1 more oddity to get out of the way before we get into the more staple Miramar. But right now, Rondo is the point of discussion here. It's the 16th match out of the 18 to be had. Phase 2 of the Grand Finals here in the PUBG Esports Masters Series 2025. This is going to be one heck of a game to play, and we're here, and we're all for it.
Definitely all for it. Very centralized flight path. Guess it really teams should be able to go exactly where they want to be as well. But I think also with how this is going to be shifting so far these past few matches, well, except for the first one on Erangel, where he shifted towards where he first started at military base, far south, by the way. Very hard shift, by the way, that one. I guess you could say that one. But so far the circus has been pretty centralized, so a lot of teams we didn't see as much actions, especially with the more centralized circles. Teams was able to just really take their time to get into the circle. But after this past 3 matches that we had, I think teams also start to realize, okay, maybe we can't take too long. We really can't be too late here. There's just too many teams having very similar ideologies, very similar game plans as well. That's pretty much why we're seeing like 5 teams battling out at the edges, regardless whether it's north side or the western side. We're seeing that, sure, it's great for the viewers, it's great for the content here, but it's very pressuring for a lot of these guys who's just trying to just earn as much points as much as possible here. But flight pass has already been decided. Teams are slowly long diving to where they want to go. And once again, we get a really nice central circle here, circumferring a lot of the teams here. I guess, like, even for the bottom 3 teams, they wouldn't mind taking their time here. It's a very large map. There's a lot of places for you to loot out. You got an emergency pickup. Even if you do it a little bit too late, there should still be some space for a lot of these guys to jump in here. So I don't think that should be too much of a concern.
This map is huge, if I might say so myself.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. It looks much bigger than Miramar, if you ask me, actually. Not too sure. They're both 8x8s, so I don't know how we're supposed to compare that, but it just looked like it's all filled out with landmass, a comparative, in more playable area comparatively to Miramar. But anyway, Circle goes right in the center here with Task Track in the inside, which means Happy Squad, riding off from a great win in the previous match, now has got position smack dab in the center. And you mentioned you can't be too late. Well, what if you're already spawned right in the middle?
Slower pace. I guess it's still being like I guess you can say in a way, this first phase, because of how large the map is, right? And it's a very ideal circle. There's no heavily shift to either side of the map here as well. Okay, so teams can try to bide their time, but we'll do see a couple of drive-by here as team are trying to solidify some decent positioning, and that's going to be JFT here. And I believe they also start to realize, all right, there's going to be a little bit more cause of concern. Sure, we're in top 6 here, but they're not in the high top. They're not in the high part of the ranking of the top 6. They're currently towards that 5th placing now. So a sudden good play, or probably just another round of lack of point gathering for themselves here could be a little bit of concern for themselves here in matching qualifications. So I guess this time it's going to be very quick on the drift here, repositioning one place to another. They got decent loot, they got a nice spot. Seems like even with blowing up the vehicle, they intend to make sure that this is going to be their final stronghold for now.
Well, that stronghold so early in, they're already creating barricades using car caucuses, JFT. That's some odd behavior, but hey, we'll allow it. Phase 1 of the circle. Perhaps finding themselves in such an industrious area, they foresee getting better rides, and maybe they'd like to deny the next team going in. Meanwhile, Savage Man Esports making rotations in, or making rotations across, trying to get their way into the test track. They spot one member on a pink side that should be Happy Squad. And so it looks like what you said is coming to fruition. Most of these teams copping in early, finding a spot, getting ready for the final showdown at phase 1.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more. It's definitely a lot more earlier, but most of these guys just don't want to really play around. We're slowly going towards a second. We're already down to our final 3, right? So might as well just try to get a good spot here, and the best part about this is when you get a really nice, decent spot for yourself, like where Happy Squad is currently positioned with a vantage point and decent covers, you actually get you can actually really put in some really big numbers of some encroaching teams here too. Naturally, of course, you can wipe them all out. There's of course additional points in themselves, but once more, Happy Squad and Savage Man Esports again, once more at a pivotal position to see who's going to be able to try to duke it out for the top 3. Whereas NRG, another team also trying to elevate themselves up in the rank to at least get to that 6th place seat here, finds a team that somewhat stops its toe during rotations here. They want to see if they can get a couple of points. And it seems like it's not just Savage Man and Happy Squad, even Dingo Gaming is also going to be joining in as the 3rd party. Sorry, make that a possible 4th team, as another team is currently peppering down Dingo. Sorry, it's not another team. It would be Happy Squad Arjun Bots with a more flanking maneuver.
Yeah, so it seems like everyone's taking the same game plan now, rushing to the middle, but what does that create? Now it creates conflicts also early into the game too. Already some members fall out. Happy Squad happy to take up those 2 kills. Their position quite split apart here. If Savage Man has got some smokes to play around with to maybe push into the tower that Tantrip was in, they could just outnumber him 3-1. But luckily, recognizing that, Happy Tantrip will decide to leave this POI, leave it for the likes of Savage Man to loot from. To be fair, they're taking the sloppy second. Savage Man has already taken the spot here. Meanwhile, Man gets one member from WTA, that'll be Den, in an accident. Opening that door, let the bears in.
Seems like Alter Ego and WTA once more at odds, as they were trying to get some form of control in their area here. Happy Squad also making a very safe judgment call as well to relocate their current positions, because not only did they notice Savage Man Esports, they also managed to notice Dingo. So good call too, because at least from our point of view, they didn't know, but Aurora is also making a small headway towards their similar direction. I guess it's because of how the circles somewhat been shifting as well. We had a very centralized flight path. Do take it to the account, Keith, as well here. So with how it shifts, well, that's going to be quite a number of teams moving towards a similar direction here. So most likely, I guess they just didn't want to end up in a spot where they're duking it out with too many teams, more than they can actually handle at the current moment of time here. So safe call, that's totally fine. Nedex currently being the forward scout here. This spot out Dingo because I remember we saw, I saw him peppering down one of the members as well from the long side here. So Aurora should be on the way, I believe, or probably taking a more outskirts entry here. But we do see the blue beacon tower currently being about to be activated. Savage Men, they will find Dark Horsemen. They'll be crushing into their respective compound here. So Savage Men, they have Upchair knockdown removed. Sicko and Lucky J are the only 2 remaining members still alive. Dark Horsemen also going to be crashing into a similar compound. Both teams will have very similar ideas here, but they do have the man advantage. And now it seems to be confirming that Lucky J will be the last one to hold out against this 1v3 of a whole.
This is bad. Dark Horsemen, they're in. And they've got 2 members knocked out and confirmed, like killed, out of the game. No chance of revive. Meanwhile, Dark Horsemen, none. Got away. They got the pickup. And now Savage Man Esports, a top tier team. Top 3 right now, has to bow out way early. 0 points from this game alone.
But you know, knowing Savage Man Esports member as well, even if they didn't secure the first two spot, of course, naturally I believe their interview is always going to be. I believe from seeing their past interview, it's always going to be like, if we go to grand finals, that's great. Even if we don't, that's still fine too. We still qualify through. We'll just play.
I mean, that's always the perspective, the conversation on perspective, right? Like, you still want to be grateful. You make it in top 6, of course. Someone else had it worse. Could be we try again on the next phase of the Master Series. But yeah, obviously, there is in competitive sport, there is the ego, your alter ego that gets a little bit bruised when this sort of thing happens, because then you're going to ask yourself, if we played this round a little bit better, that could have been us in the top 2.
Yeah, but these guys are, like as most teams like Savage and Esports as well, they have a very positive mental attitude. So as long as they still have a chance to fight it out, they're still going to be pretty fine about this. But of course, naturally, which all teams agree, if you can just bypass the qualifiers and go straight to the finals, of course that's nice. But if they don't, that's still fine. We're still playing. These guys are coming in fighting with their lives, but also having fun at the same time, because that's how games is supposed to be.
Don't get confused. Esports is not a game. It's a sport. And we're playing for pride and bragging rights, baby. That's the name of the game. Ain't no one's gonna be talking about how we got 6th in place and we made it into the qualifiers. No one's gonna talk about that. By tomorrow, we're gonna forget we try again ever existed. Unless they can make a statement.
Nah, man, nah. But yeah, of course, the main topic of conversation would definitely clearly be something else. But hey, it's always important to be positive, man. Life's been pretty negative here. But yes, I do get the serious of the situation. It is for a lot of these guys, this competition is, especially for the APAC region, it's by far it's pretty much a standpoint for a lot of these guys in terms of their careers. Ooh, good flash. Sadly, it's a friendly one, so. NRG, they didn't miss out on Crazy Dog here. Now they're going toe-to-toe with ATO, battling out for this high ground vantage. But be careful. They only have eyes on Kia. They know where's the rest of the team. Great knock. That's gonna be putting a little bit of pressure to the members of ATO. They're trying to go for the finisher, but it seems Astro will find him first and send some form of retaliation. And now NRG, 2 members short here with no form of revive nearby. Wants to secure the kill. Or will they take the chance to fall back? They can't wait too long. Actually, no. Maybe they should hold out a little longer. As you can see from the minimap, JFT hearing all these audio cues and now joining in the fight. They got the knockdown rule Tampan here. This is an opportunity for NRG to return the favor from the previous match, where ATO actually boxed in NRG alongside with Alter Ego here.
That name right there, when you said it, I had to just take a look at the kill score just to make sure what you said was it. Rule Tampan. You know what that means in English, man? It's the handsome people rule. It's a rule of the good looking. I believe he donned the number 69 or something, so this guy's all about the meme, yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, JFT with the Panzerfaust. The last time we saw this was yesterday when they ended the night with a point-blank Panzerfaust to the face. Is there anyone that's going to be receiving his explosive gift this time, I wonder?
No one's in close proximity. Maybe Astro. I guess you could send him a rocket. Astro echoes the stars. Would love to go back.
Yeah. Oh no, NRG. We're currently back to this phase of the circle where you left one fight just to run into another fight here. NRG going through so many rough patches in this match alone here. And CWZ, I'm not sure whether he was able to get the blue chip off of Turtle K, but definitely for sure he's not going to be able to pick up for Crazy Dog and Pangster right there. That's amazing. That vehicle's still going. I believe 3 tires was popped out here, so that thing should be spiraling out of control. But really, that's pretty cool.
Well, he soared high for his team. I'm not sure where he's going though. I've seen teams use this glider to at least get a view and the lay of the land, but this guy is exploring places no man wants to be. No man has gone or they want to be. So I'm pretty sure it was just getting momentum to take flight and finally on top. Yeah.
Correct.
Meanwhile, Ed King finally sees the very nice EV down in the bottom here. Suspects people nearby. There is a WTA just standing idly within the vicinity. Meanwhile, eyes onto Dark Horseman, who's taking up hillside here.
Yep.
They're quite split out to take control of this hillside here. Hopefully, Shadow Esports, this could be the game that get them back up from elimination. If they can play this next few phases right, it seems like they've got 2 teams in the area. If they could win the 2 and finish with a chicken dinner, that should be more than enough to solidify their position with the remaining 2 maps left.
We do see Hive International currently getting ready to greet NRG. He's noticed that the whole squad is ready to greet him in kind. There's a part where he has to have a firm resolve, but unfortunately Rectal, we're not going to give him the fight they're trying to look for here. A bullet to the back of the head there. NRG tucked in. That's going to be the end of their round here. An early exit, definitely that's not going to be part of the plan here, but like I said, this is just one of those matches where when you left one fight, the chance of you running through another at this point of the phase is just relatively that high. Shadow Esports, of course, I know you talked about them just now as well. They currently are the gatekeeper for the six rankings here as well, and the point differential from the rest of the teams at the 7, 8, and 9 places is not too far from them as well here. So much needed points to earn here to at least extend the gap, so they don't really have to worry about too much competition trying to rival or trying to take over their current spot.
Whoa.
WTA?
Go on. They're hiding under smokes right now. Sly DD, trying to be a sly boy. He's got more smokes being deployed here. Meanwhile, Nan trying to play an opposite gameplay than he did before. More on an aggressive front here. Taking one member, tosses a nade too, just to get the confirmation. Dark Horseman, they've griefed some of the team's previous round, and they can look to do it again, especially with the circle now favoring upon them, who does have the high ground off the hills to play the next phases right into their favor here. Meanwhile, eyes onto ISG. They've got members of Alter Ego in their side. We try again. Despite the smoke, they get spotted out by Arjun Bot, who is also already in the area, gets the kill. Alter Ego, scope the lay of the land, does spot out potentially members from ISG,
so
but with the gunfire, that kind of confirms it.
Oh, that's so much information, much needed information from Alter Ego, because they were scaling up the hill so they can barely find anyone else. Aurora, on the other hand, unfortunately, one of the vehicles got flipped out here, so Aurora Esports, they just arrived towards the eastern side of the circle here. So this is the only way in. They can do a hard shift to half rotation towards either the south or north side. But I think that's not going to be the case here. Roy Esports, they really intend to try to move into the circle from the eastern side. So they will either try to make a quick push through the smokes and nades and flashes, or try to flush them out. It looks like this is going to be the case here. Edie gets a very aggressive positioning all the way to the back line with the pickup truck alone. He got the damage in, but unfortunately he gets knocked down instead.
Oh, that was one tap too, and he immediately gets him. Kunyan that comes in with the drive-by to try and clean things up here. Maybe he can even pick up his members, because that's Aurora down for the count. 12th place.
And apparently it's not the end, Keith. Just as they clean up house with Aurora, Alter Ego also joining in the fray. Is round 2, but Roy Esports didn't have time to pick up the rest of the members here. And across to the other map, or at least the other side of the map, the south side of the circle here. Currently, both Dark Horsemen, Shadow Esports, and Happy Squad duking it out for terms of control. It seems like only the western side so far, which is being housed by HR27, that's the only part which hasn't seen much conflict so far.
Talking about conflict, well, Shadow Esports, they're conflicted right now. One hand, they've got DH, the Dark Horsemen, firing at their shed on the right, and on the other side, Happy Squad they're split a little too thin, and I don't believe Shadow Esports has got the members. Well, they do have all members, but they don't have enough members to deal with a full squad from either sides here. So they're going to be stretched thin for the time being. But ISG now, gets shot down in that process, trying to make the advancement against Hive. Ranix left alive, but Alter Ego smells blood in the waters immediately with an aggressive rotation to come and try and contest the situation. But it is ISG who is within the circle and can look to be the gatekeepers to maybe even disappoint the likes of Alter Ego. They've got Feven at the very least. Alter Ego, well, can look to take on the entire team that is Hive International, because that would be substantial points going on their way. They've already got 6 in a bag. Clearing the entire team of Hive Esports or Hive International could get them the 10 pointers. 7 now on the kill score. Meanwhile, Chibrit doing absolute work here, creating advantage or opportunities for Man to try and make the advancement. Tossing with the nade for intro. For entry, Ken's behind a rock on his knees. They spot out Zixuan from the far side, and he gets knocked out too. So Alter Ego, they're looking for the 4 pointers to round things off here, and they do. They get that kill, and Alter Ego with the big 10-0, 1-0 on the kill score.
Oh yeah, Alter Ego now they're feeling it for now. Finding all these kills, finding great opportunities at the same time. Really curious on how did Roy Esports actually got out from the initial trade from Alter Ego, because if I recall before the observers switched the screen, right as Roy Esports just ended the fight with Aurora, Alter Ego just started joining in the fight here, and 2 members of Roy was actually knocked down. So I guess he was able to get the I guess Roy Esports was just able to survive somehow, I guess. Or maybe another team came for a third party that made Alter Ego shift into to another direction here. But the nade comes in. Roy Esports really not out of the clear just yet, as Happy Squad is about to engage them from the south side. The blue zone grenade coming in for JFD actually literally forced them into the lines of sight of Happy Squad here, causing one of the members to get knocked down. They managed to trade back here, but they're not really out of the clear. Arjun bots will be out. 10 trip also removed. That means Happy Squad is currently eliminated from the field, and Alter Ego will be the one to make further headway to extend the gap in this game. 10 kills, let's be honest, that's a substantial lead, and we're not even halfway through the lobby at the current moment, and it seems like JFT PV will be able to remove ATO Esports as well. They do have a really nice position with a high ground, a steep hill to climb. Bull 7, they know what's the situation, but they're just running out of smokes. They just pretty much concluded with Aurora and another team on the way here. Meanwhile, the northwestern side is Hive International against HR27 and Team Unlucky. But it seems Alter Ego is also coming to join the fight. They did lose Chibrit much earlier here, unfortunately here, but they're still 3 members strong.
I think this is a game for Roy Esports to kind of take over here. They have to. They have no other chance. Look at that circle. Oh, it's going to be favorable for the like of Dark Horses, who, even if they win, cannot really make use of this entire opportunity. And as I say there, Roy Esports, the ones at 99 points, could have taken over Shadow Esports. Bow out. So Shadow Esports will remain status quo for the time being, and now the rich just get richer with Alter Ego. Already 10 points across the board. Could look to even get a chicken dinner finish here in this map of Rondo. So yeah, they will try. Trick and Man, this dynamic duo, now approaches this compound. Seamoid coming with the cover fire in the backhand. Only Unlucky Bayern awaits on the inside to greet them in kind. Right now he's got a smoke or a flash ready to be primed up. Tossed in. That was the flash indeed. Entry point go. And he catches it, but miss! Whiffs all in the shot, but through the window of his vehicle. It gets 2. This guy's outplaying the entire lobby, man. Now gets 3 in this push alone, and now Hurt is bruised. As you see his fellow teammates down on their knees begging for mercy, but that is a little bit too late to ask. Alter Ego came in with a demonic intent, and they will claim it for themselves here 1 member left. The fire stays true, and he's about to spot one out right behind the hay bales. Goes in with the spray. Man, absolutely outplaying the likes of Unlucky in this lobby.
You know, even if Alter Ego doesn't get the chicken dinner, but like I'm saying, on the off chance, right? The fact that they already have 14 kills, it's just pretty much like, hey, you know, you guys did a phenomenal job. I mean, they're currently the final 6 team, so they still get a decent amount of placement points from themselves here as well. So they got so much out of those few earlier engagement as well here, compared to most of the teams that we currently have in the lobbies. Although Dark Horsemen also making massive headway as well. This is a team that's currently like, and initially it wasn't a topic of discussion. It was for that 6th spot. It was usually among Shadow Esports, Roy, Hive, and NRG. But this past 4 matches now, Dark Horsemen, they've been farming quite a bit here. And now suddenly out of the blue, they have 1881 points now here. Sure, it's still a 20-point differential with Shadow Esports currently in 6th place here, but we still got 2 matches more to go, and we have no idea what's going to be the narrative for that. But then again, HR27, we're going to be removed by Trick, and now we're down to our final 4 teams here.
Oh, Alter Ego, they did. Look at that. Rewarded for their efforts. Clear as day, clear as skies for them to try and travel through. No one to stop them in their tracks here as they slowly make the rotates. However, they are playing on the downhill, which means teams that are playing on eastern side, up in the high grounds, could get the better view of them. And so I think they're trying to play it smart and not get into the point of interest here by staying outside of the circle for the time being. They understand that the blue is going to travel much further from their end here, so perhaps they've got time to wait. But now, Dark Horsemen, they have got their sights set ahead, and this is a team that has been in the bottom for far too long. I think day number 2, they were in 15th place as well. I'm not too sure, or at least when we began day number 2, but right now, 8 kills and 10 placements in just 4 matches. They've been absolutely consistent today itself, and they look like they have a chance, and maybe even contesting the 6th spot, especially with 2 more maps left to play.
Everybody feeling the nerves as we slowly balance things out here. The terrain is somewhat kind of unforgiving, but the Panzerfaust once more makes a reintroduction. That's gonna be on Jexy. He's giving a lot of intel. He spotted a car, but he's not afraid because guess what? It's a Panzerfaust to a vehicle. You're gonna be expecting a collision of explosion for sure. Shadow Esports, he thought he had to cover, but the Panzerfaust has another thing to say. But then again, a quick reintroduction from Dark Horsemen here. They were the one at the base of the hill, but looks like Evil Patrick's having this 2-2 setup here with the buddy system being absolutely solid. They will be able to actually knock down some of the members of JFT. They did manage to go for the revives here, but now it comes in Alter Ego reposition. They're hearing all this action. They are very calculated about this. Despite having only 2 more members, they got all the kills. They want to find the best of opportunity because the chicken dinner, that first spot, is the name of the game here.
He's got to keep his eyes up on the hill, so that information's been transferred surely. With a teammate that's perched from the B line, spots them out as they try to stand a little bit too tall. Now with the pressure of the blue, luckily they do have utilities in the cover of the smoke to try and make an advancement forward when they should be going down onto the right, but it is a clean pitfall, so it might not be such a good idea. They will instead capitalize the situation. Shoe Horse gets 1 member from DH. They're trading even Stevens for the time being. Alter Ego is the one with the biggest of smiles. None being the thorn in the bush. We know how he's gotten away with so many things before. It looks like he might be able to get away with things yet again here as Alter Ego occupying the low end of this entire gradient. Perhaps their eyes would meet. But we will see as things takes a turn into a slower pace, waiting for the blue to push desperation into your bloodstream. Status quo for now. Man, kind of get a feeling. Oh, gets tapped up from the top side here. Evil Patrick spots him out, so surely Once again, Alter Ego just finds himself a little unlucky with only 2 members and being spotted out so early on. And now Nan will have his eyes fixated towards that location. Alter Ego will have to play bystanders for the time being. So it becomes a 3v2 against JFT with Dark Horses.
A really good aggressive pick as well. It's a much needed one as well too. We didn't really get none in check, right? We're talking about 2 members of Alter Ego getting ready to pepper down teams, gonna be descending that hill with no cover here. So with the removal of Man, this gonna be forcing Trick to be a little bit more defensive here within the compound that he has. Of course, naturally he's still doing aggressive picks here. But then there's just too many things focusing down within the shack as well. This shack is sticking out like a sore thumb as well. They know someone is here. Already confirmation's been set here. And now he's trying to haul down against the multiple team. He's still getting a knock, which is, by the way, very impressive as well. But sadly, the cover is blocking his attempts of escape. He will scorch and burn. And Dark Horseman will be your champion. Wow, final Rondo map of the night here.
Oh my god, and there's so much kills too. Dark Horseman really stepping up towards the last day of the entire series. Now they're up there. They're right up there in contention for 6th spot. Shadow Esports feeling very, very shaky. And just so happens that the final kill happened over Roasted Flames to give you a chicken dinner. You cannot ask for a better ending. My god, here in day number 3. It's been an absolute treat. But first, before we get into more action, here's some of the highlights that we had.
more matches down, so much that could happen today. It's unbelievably close at the top of the leaderboard currently here. There's so many different ways that this could really shake out or possibly go wrong here, no doubt about it. What a final day that we have. But let's quickly prepare as we're finally coming down to our final two maps, and it's gonna be Miramar.
Miramar is going to be a sniper's nest here, and we're happy to go see that one play out. But first, we got to reflect on some of the gameplays and the numbers that were brought in. Dark Horseman, if you told me they'll be standing tall right here with 2,000 damage dealt onto their collective teammates, I wouldn't have believed you. Because they were bottom fraggers for like the longest of time. It seemed like these horsemen from the apocalypse were merely My Little Ponies, but here they are, blazing hot as they struggled their way in with a total of 11 kills.
Yeah, we were talking about a majority of members, at least their current roster, is the ex-members of Erangel Predator as well. So this is not by no means a new team as well, Keith. This is a team that has a lot of history, teams that used to be running alongside one of our previous PUBG titans in the APAC scene here. So seeing them pull off this kind of capability is of course no surprise, but here's the only problem, Keith, is the fact that they're pulling this kind of stunt and making it so much harder and so much closer for a lot of this team was trying to qualify for that 6th spot. And do remember, later we'll see the total leaderboard, right? Dark Horsemen, they were placed in 10th place, but the total points that they had in 10th place was somewhere around 70 points. If I'm not mistaken, around 60 to 70 points. Now they have a total amount of 91. They got to 9th place. Look at how close it is from the 6th place to Dark Horseman's current position. And so the point differential is not that far apart here. Shadow Esports definitely starting to feel a little bit sweaty here because of how close it is, how close it can be for its position to qualify to be completely taken away by another team here.
It's like I said previously, if you're in the 7th to the 9th position, you're really still up and running right there to kind of take over this entire game and flip the script. But right now, it's looking like all the way to 10th place because NRG now shifts to 10, which means these additional teams could very well be interchangeable. It really depends on the next two matches and how things go. And luckily for them, it's one of the more OGs of matches alongside with Erangel. Miramar is the map to be, and they've played this thousands and thousands of times. Now, thankfully for Shadow Esports, this is the map that they shined in the past yesterday. Actually, just yesterday, they showed off multiple strides in defending like hangars and storehouses really, really well. So maybe they can try and increase that gap and keep themselves safe. Otherwise, they're gonna lose it to one of these teams down from the 7th to the 9th place.
I mean, it's not just day 2, even day 1 they said that basically all of their chicken dinners came from Miramar alone for both of the recent days. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick short one here, but don't go away for too long. More PUBG action and the conclusion of our Championship Sunday will be coming to you guys right after this.
Yes, we are back here at the PUBG Esports Masters Series 2025. This is Phase 2. Remember, the road to PGC starts from here. You're joining me, Keith Alicio, alongside my favorite person. That's a bit, I should have maybe reword that one a bit. This is too much bromance going on, but it's Leonard YOLO Lee. Now, 4 maps done, no G-Coin yet in sight. And we're down to the last segment, that is Miramar. Your prediction, Leonard, which side of the coin will a G-Coin appear? This map or the next? Although they're both Miramars.
Well, I mean, it's only last 2 matches. It's 50-50, right? So probably this next upcoming match of Miramar will probably get it. I'm not too sure. It's usually it comes out randomly. We never really got the hints, guys. Yeah. I'm so sorry, viewers. But with that being said, guys, as I stressed this out before, this is not like any other Master Series that we had in the past here. There is no team that's really running away with this. As I said before we went to the break, it's unbelievably close at the top for the top 6 here. Even the rankings all the way to our 10th team here stands even a chance to even get to secure themselves in that 6th spot. That's how close the score is going to be. Like different ways that things could really shake it out for the rankings here. Even we've been talking about the 6th. We were talking about the 6th place, right? But what about the 4th and 5th? That's currently being hosted by both JFT and Aurora. Their point differential is 1-8 here. Okay, probably JFT. They're pretty much nice in the center with their current total points here. Aurora is the one that's a little bit concerning. 116 points here. These past 2 maps, unlike Erangel, at least in Erangel, they've got some kill points here. But now during the map of Taego and Rondo, they weren't able to farm as much here. Sure, if you just want to go for qualification, that's fine. But the problem is now, suddenly out of the blue, Shadow Esports, you can be dang sure Shadow Esports, who's been really outperforming on the map of Miramar, who's currently pretty much being your close neighbor here, could literally overwhelm your position. And depending on the situation, other teams might also follow in suit here. So a little bit of a cause for alarm for a lot of the teams currently in the 4th placing all the way to the 10th. But for our first 2 spots, well, Alter Ego, they're in a really great place. 160 points here. I don't think there's going to be much discussion from there. Happy Squad, probably the closest to catch up. Savage Man Esports, they will need to perform exactly like what they did in day 2, which was getting like 10, 14, 13 kills here. If they stack that up with placement, doesn't necessarily have to be chicken dinner. You get a decent placement with that kind of kill score. I would be surprised to see if our first 2 spots once again becoming relegated once more here. But with that being said, Keith, we're jumping into our second last map of the night here. Another classic for sure. It's Miramar. We got a decent flight path, but we haven't seen that really destructive circle just yet. And I'm talking about the circle towards Impala.
I guess one thing we can say for sure, almost like towards this second last map itself, top 4 teams can pretty much be comfortable knowing that they, by the end of it, probably are going to maintain their position within the top 6. They're qualifying for sure, right? Yeah. Right now, the eyes are on, I guess, Shadow Esports, who could be overtaken, and perhaps who occupies in the top 2 positions. That's it, right? But the top 2 position, not so detrimental, like you mentioned. Happy to still be able to given the chance to play and fight for another day. Meanwhile, Shadow Esports and the ones over in 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th position. This was where it's make and break. But let's take a look at this map right here. Circle close into woods, slightly northern side over in the area, the vicinity of El Pozo, San Martin, and so on and so forth.
That's actually a pretty nice circle as well here. You got some. There is some mountainous areas, but around the area of San Martin, you've got some decent compounds, a lot of ditch for a lot of teams to really nest themselves in, to form a trench line to prepare for the final hole. There's a lot of things to do it for it. And because due to the fly path as well, so we're looking about, like, if I'm not mistaken, about 8 teams that's currently within the vicinity of Phase 1 circle. The other half is currently on that southern side because that fly path actually started from that south to the north end. So a lot of teams going to be requiring to do a lot of drive-bys here. And this is just one of those few maps where you could literally take the latest emergency pickup just because there's just so many high vantage points, so many mountains area for you to land on. And once you do, you get a really nice spot and start really peppering teams down there, really making it hurt for them. If you can convert it to you can flush it, you can flush them out, that's naturally great. If you can't, you're gonna be forcing them to literally to use all their resources, their utilities here. And that is actually gonna be, it's not a major impact, but it's definitely going to be quite impactful for how they're going to be interacting as the phases slowly gets to the final phase here. So really great stuff on what they can actually try to do here. I think most of the teams, if they can't go for the emergency pickup, then securing vehicles would be the more common thing. Probably not a bike, probably a motorized two-wheelers, a four-wheeler will be more precise. But hey, mountain bikes, good for the legs, good for health,
I mean, beats walking, man. Miramar,
beats
hot
walking.
desert dude, heat strokes knocking at the door. You might as well just take the bike. That's your best option. Yeah? What's the worst could happen? You call it what is that? A death trap? A moving death trap? What's the worst thing that could happen? You end the game. You did no suffering, no heat, no heat stroke, no thirst. Yeah, that sounds like a good way to go.
Nope.
Oh, unlucky he didn't take the shot.
I mean,
Leaving up to their names.
Yeah, I guess he didn't really feel that he could actually get the finishing off as well. There's a high chance he could react and get to cover in time. So I guess he didn't really want to take a shot. He really wanted to make sure that, because this is what I was stressing out earlier on, right? This is pretty much what's going on in terms of the player's head, right? They're like really deciding, if I'm going to take this shot, is it going to be impactful? Is it going to be beneficial for our team? Can I get that kill? If, let's just say, he does get the knockdown rule Tampan, he's just most likely going to be dropped in terms of behind a cover, behind a wall. As you notice as well, there's a lot of abandoned buildings or industrial areas here in Miramar as well, which by the way have these really great cover, allowing teams to really go for nice setups for themselves here for a trench line. So unless you barely have any resources, there's also another reason why you do not want to try to pepper down a team if you're not too sure they can really convert it to a kill. There's also another problem of revealing your location. But this is phase one. Phase one is usually just trying to get some knocks in, trying to do some damage in, but more importantly, securing information here. Miramar is really that kind of map where if you can really get to a good spot, high vantage point, decent covers, gives you a really good view across the entire match. Which, by the way, yes, there is a lot of spots in Miramar where you get a good eagle-eye view across the whole valley here. That's also a pretty nice thing to try to prioritize here.
Oh, Sandstorm.
Oops, Sandstorm.
Well, in long story
damage,
short,
by the way.
yeah, phase one of Miramar is technically, in a nutshell, if I were to call it spade a spade, right? It's loot simulator. So that's where they're going to be looting and farming, and things are going to be in a stalemate. So do anticipate some of the slowness in the tempo, but maybe Unlucky has got something to say about it. A team going up against Aurora Gaming, who's been really pretty much spectacular throughout the entire the tournament. Did their best run in day one. Just barely holding up day two. Right now, I think day three, they've got one good game, and the rest was questionable at best, right? Even the chicken dinner that they got was not even like a 10 kill or something. It was like barely five kills itself. So they're doing okay in terms of like hanging up there, but we've seen how far they've drawn since with the lack thereof here. So perhaps this could be like the confident booster. When a prey runs into your trap and you get the whole team white, that might just get your mojo back up to par where it needs to be in optimal condition. All those nades that's been tossed forward, surely that's go sign for the likes of Aurora. Mm-hmm. They've got an idea. They hear the footsteps coming up from sunny side up. And the nades get tossed on in. Those are the flashes itself. But the smokes might deter some sort of an entry. Don't want to be going in blind, but they spot him out with the flash. They will get the trade. Monty gets taken out too. What a waste, because Monty is kind of their ace too.
Yeah. Especially looking at their current inventory from at least some of the members of Team Unlucky as well, they didn't really drop at a really high with a at a very large compound area. Just enough, probably just enough to equip the team with the basic needs, but that's just probably it here. So another team coming to another area with by the way, with a blue beacon tower as well. So they were not only able to secure a couple of kills from themselves, actually probably just one kill for themselves, but also additional area for them to resupply for sure. Dingo, on the other hand, Savageman Esports, they didn't manage to keep it in an eagle eye view here, but Haokai not feeling it, doesn't really want to reveal himself. The team members is pretty far from him as well, as they went for this 1-1 setup as well. Sure, you're covering a lot of ground, that's naturally it's great, but it does come with its risk. But this is Miramar, right? Where if you're on a mountain area here, so the chances of you running to like having a team pick at you from another mountain in phase 1 is just relatively high here. You're pretty much like 9 times out of the 10 where you're pretty good at set for life for now, at least. Oh,
Yeah, what I've noticed in Miramar is that teams tend to go 1-1-1 just for information and potentially loot, right? Not looting from each other, cannibalizing each other. But when they do want to go for a fight, that's when all the team starts rotating into the compound itself or the area. So seeing the 1-1-1, you know that they're probably not going to engage, but also, you don't want to take that for granted, because they are primed and set up to kind of get some of those pick off. Meanwhile, we're talking about pick off. CJ doing the ultimate climb. Can he make it to the top? The peak is where it's at before it gets shut down here.
But you see, that's what I'm saying, right? If you're on top of a mountain, right, it's the only time you ever get picked out is probably just because there's another team on another similar mountain. Because you're just a similar headline, at least at this point, yeah.
But for CJ to make his way up there, you need to assume a certain things, right? And that is, he has decent amount of loot, or at least ammunition to keep on shooting. But right now, I don't see him having much, bandages. CJ doesn't have much bandages initially, I saw a thing. Which means that if he were to maintain up top, try and poke damage, and if he gets shot in return, there's not going to be aid nearby to pretty much get him back to health, right? And he's just sitting ducks.
But that's fine, right? I believe he knows how to handle his current spot as well. But he also understands that because of how high he is, right? It's so rare for a team to actually spot him out first until he reveals himself. So this is just one of those few things where if you can't get knocks, that's fine. But if you can start popping vehicle tires, now that's actually pretty impactful and pretty hurtful for a lot of these guys here, because the chance of you finding another nearby vehicle, depending on where you are, may not be as high as what most people think here, especially. But Miramar's the kind of map where it's a lot more slower depending on how the circle shifts. And the terrain is very unforgiving as well too. So phase 1 usually is a lot more slow, a lot more longer. But when we get to that phase 3 and phase 4, right, how the circle shift, this is probably one of the few maps where you see more compound crashing than most maps. So just because everyone knows for a fact that with how the circle shift, they're like, yeah, we can't go to flat plane. This is not a good plane. That compound is great, but that's like a hornet's nest. Everybody's gonna go around there, but they just don't have a choice, because that's how important, how pivotal those spots can be.
Right now, happy squad, CJ maintaining his perched position. They've got members. Yeah, they've got members down at the bottom there. They've got to be careful. Meanwhile, Aurora, Nedex, WTA just came in and feeds towards the side of these Oceania Giants.
Yeah, good kill. But that's a scout, right? WTA coming in. They weren't too sure. It's a very safe assumption, and I love that they actually went for this. Like, sure, it's high risk, but it's that kind of thing where you have to make the assumption where a lot of teams, this is Miramar as well, teams will most likely be centralized in the circle already here. So they instead of using the emergency pickup, the scout from the highlands, right? They decide to just send one guy in, and it looks like power plant seems to be currently occupied by Team Aurora. So now they know. So they say, okay, it's unfortunate they lost one member, but at least now they got the intel in here. The same could be said for a lot of these teams where they also start to realize where, okay, a lot of high spots, a lot of mountains, a lot of hills, a lot of these compounds is currently being occupied by a lot of these teams here. And because of how high most of these guys are, they don't mind having this 2-2 split here. But then again, 10 trip, you gotta be careful. You're still second place in highest damage throughout the entire game here. But not only did he get spotted out by another player, and by the way, it's not by Savageman Esports, it's by another team. So 10 trip doesn't know, hasn't still figured out that Savageman Esports is within its proximity here.
It's going to be a stalemate for the time being, but I thought they were about to get into this engagement really soon. But surely they've heard some of the footsteps trailing from above. Meanwhile, unlucky, and WTA, I think this would be the most definite of conflicts here. Shooting across the lands, fighting amongst each other. So far, they've spotted Aurora, and the next circle has been updated. Goes down onto Power Grid. So Aurora finally getting the luck of the circle as they have been in game number 1. Actually, day number 1, they tend to look for shelter in the center of the circle. So this fits right into their strategy here. There's the hold on for dear life and hold your campaign, your entire compound strategy. It's been working out for them, and this time around, it's been served their way. They will play with one member less, though. So this might be a tricky situation that they will have to self-navigate.
Yeah. But with how the circle is, it feels like power plant could be quite the hot spot for all these teams coming from the north side. Since the flight path did end towards the northern side here, so I wouldn't be surprised if the team choose to try the crash towards power plant. Whereas towards the southern side, it looks like Erangel Puppet the Samurai just had a temporary drive by meeting high with the national. They did trade a couple of shots here, but no full commitment just yet. It's still relatively too early. It's phase 3. The zone doesn't hurt just as much yet. They're just gonna try to reconvene at the edge of the circle as the best they can. Dingo Gaming, on the other hand, will be running into WTA here, as both has similar plan to siege their power grid, but ending up meeting each other first here. So it seems that DG got the numbers in, but they definitely paid quite the price. WTA tried to go for the revives here. Sadly, Trick is going to be the one to take that kill away.
DG wiping out WTA, getting some points upon their sides here. Again, these teams, they're playing with whatever they've got left. However, they do make an impact in the story if they could be the one that stubbed the toes. That is Aurora, who's just shy above over in the power grid location. Roy Esports gets Kunyit shot down here. Today, maybe tries to look to go in with the rescue, but is he in a safe position? Atto is coming in from all angles. Surely Rule Tampan might notice the smokes and try poking in it if they're not too worried, or if they're not too careful. They need some sort of a distraction coming up from Roy Esports, but they will get the pickup at the very least. But down onto his knees, they drop again. So it's a sticky situation with zero sum for the time being. Maybe can go look for the second pickup itself, but again, with Rule Tampan within the area. Oh, and more nades hitting right on the point. TD joins Kunyit on his knees and out into the lobby itself. More members from Roy Esports bowing out, leaving only but the sole survivor.
Ah, that's a real stinker for sure. Roy Esports, even if Roy Esports still has majority of members still standing, Shadow Esports just came in to try to go for third party. I told you before, Keith, power grid at that time before this next circle shift, everyone figured that's going to be a really nice solid compound to be in for at least 2 phases now. Sure, the circle shifted to the western side, but it's still cutting at least a corner of the power grid, so they're pretty much good to be there for a while. But right now, you can see Aurora just seizing the moment here, not really full sending it into the fight here. They're just seeing as teams forcing into each other here, and they're just trying to take the reap the full benefit here. But unfortunately, EDB King a little bit quicker on the trigger. Their DMR long range expert here we'll be able to find one of the members has knocked him down. Can't go for the finisher since he fell to the descending part of the hill. But Jexi comes to start cleaning house. We were talking about this before. This is the map that Shadow Esports had the most success in. Now they got 4 kills. They're planning to make it a 5th one on Astro. The nade comes in. It looks great on point too. Not enough to finish off. But they intend to ensure full security before they continue their siege towards the power grid here. And looks like Aurora should be able to pick up one of their knockdown members just in time.
Oh, Shadow Esports now in the fray. They have 5 kills upon their name, which is great for Shadow Esports. Remember, they are the gold standard here, or at least the minimum standard to reach to get into the top 6.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, oof. They're unsuspecting bullets from the hit. That's gonna hurt, probably. Meanwhile, Tantrip just doing Tantrip things. Back to Shadow Esports here, getting his gun down by the likes of Dinku. Stopping them in the tracks. If Shadow Esports go down right now, then that is, again, only moving the needle by a little bit for the rest of the bottom teams here to take on over. Shadow Esports seems to go out in that trade with the Groza itself. Flashbangs being tossed on forward. Does blind him a little bit, but the information is being traded on over here. Shadow Esports has got 1 member left behind that utility vehicle, but he's taking shots from another angle here. Dinku, they have to play this one absolutely perfect if they want to come out on top and maybe hinder some of these teams who's fighting for the top 6.
Oh, that Groza, just close quarter. That was pretty insane. But you know, Miramar, if you're pretty much positioned at the base of the hill here, you're pretty much just begging for punishment here, because it's pretty much a sniper's fest. Anyone's going to be able to third party you from a long distance. Doesn't necessarily have to be a mid-range fight. So currently Alter Ego, currently having Irohani Perpetual Samurai boxed in the mouth of this area here. I was concerned because the circle kept shifting towards the south side of power grid here, and look at the terrain. It's all mountains here. Naturally, Alter Ego has currently the position of Alter Ego Irohani Perpetual Samurai has the tallest mountain within the circle for sure. They have a really good view across the valleys here, but a lot of hill players required here. But do take into account, as you scale, you gotta be fast enough. If not, you're gonna be snipe bombed from any team that's currently situated from the north side.
It's looking pretty grim right now for some of these teams coming in. Western Front, HR27 might come in contact with NRG, 2 of the most aggressive one who's showed their stride so far, and even Dark Horseman, you can't even snooze anymore comes day number 3. JFT maintains southern side here, control on entries into the circle. In front of them, Hive will be there to greet them in kind. Savage Men contending for the top spot now that Alter Ego no longer in play. Savage Men can look to pretty much rob that position here if they can stretch the mile and live towards the end with a decent amount of kills, especially with Happy Squad already taken in 2nd place. Savage Men, the next contender for 1st.
But if you notice how close it is, right, Q, is where we still have a majority of our top teams, but the team that's currently gatekeeping for that 6th spot is currently out of commission here. Hive International is still here, but there's still 2 members short here, so there'll be a little bit of rough patches in terms of choices on how they want to engage with the 2 lacking members. Dark Horseman is still in this horse race here. It looks like Happy Squad is going to be scouted out by Nedex. There goes Happy Squad here. Savage Man Esports, this is a chance for them to try to get back to that 2nd place. Whereas Hive International, Dark Horseman, probably not Hive, that's a chance. But their plan of engagement is probably not going to be as aggressive as they hope for with the 2 members lacking. Dark Horseman and NRG on the other hand. Now this is the 2 teams that can at least try to claw things up and hopefully for that final match to try to contest that 6th spot. But for now, it's been pretty close. HR27 literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. Doesn't really have the best of angle as well as a 90-degree angle up to. It's a pretty hard angle to try to peek at. But Savage Man Esports, they're currently meeting face-to-face with Aurora. The problem of fighting around the hill areas, right, or this hill plays or cliff plays, right, is that the fact that anyone, unsuspecting players can just really catch you off guard here. That's pretty much why you see Ninex ensuring he's always having this high ground position here. He's still keeping his head down low just in case anything try to poke him out. He tried to be aggressive as quick as he can, but see Hive International, drawn in by the gunfire, by the audio cues here, will be able to find one, knocks him down. Savageman Esports instantly eliminated from the race here. And now Aurora, with 8 kills on their belt. Now this is just a round among JFT and Aurora right now. Now it's just a game just to ensure that no other team can take their spot in the top 6 at least.
Well, they're solidified, right? As long as you take over Shadow Esports, I think that they're going to be shaken here. But this definitely is chance for the likes of Aurora and JFT to maybe take over the top 2 positions, at least within the next 2 games, right? With the average of 21, 23 points with a chicken dinner, that should put you up there, plus 40 points in the number 1 spot itself. But they have to play this one right.
True.
Same goes to the teams that's 7 onwards here. Dark Horsemen, they stand a chance, and look at that, they're rising up slowly. It's not because they're conflated with kills. I've only got 3 kills, and they're already moved up the ranks into 8th place. Now, if they can survive much longer, take out some of these big teams, and eat the rest of the medium bracket here, they could very well take over Shadow Esports towards the end of it. There's still so much bodies left, so much points left to go their way, and it can go right for them.
Yeah, one good match, and of course with a steady climb in terms of earning points in this past few matches really paid off for Dark Horsemen. But of course, with that being said, still too early, still a little bit too early to say. We still have about like 8 teams, about half of the lobby still standing here as well. They're not really out of the clear. Do take the count just from the minimap alone. They still haven't found Sanctuary just yet. They're still just trying to clear out those edges. Maybe it can be a conversation once they get rid of both HR27 and Irohani Papata Samurai. But until then, we'll check out what's the current status towards that southern side. Because after that initial conflict between Savageman and Aurora, and of course a little third party from Hive International, we haven't heard much or seen on the kill feed between the 4 teams here. Naturally, Shuhor still sticking around. NRG 4 members strong. Also pretty much in the same spot with Dark Horseman, trying to farm as much points as much as possible to try to set up for that final match of the night here. But it seems like Aurora still trying to find headway here. Still doesn't get the intel on where Hive International members are. And if you look at the minimap, total focus of Crosshair towards their vicinity too. Oops, Sniper's Fest. No, Keith, let's just try something fun, right? Since they're just trying to poke one another. Wait, let me see if they try to attempt again. Like every time he misses, we'll just say no. Every time he hits, we'll just say yes, right? It's just like no. Oh yeah, okay.
We could do that. The one-word game they call it.
Yep. Okay, what about them? What does he feel like doing?
My go-to is always take the shot, take it.
No. But you see, this is the part of the round where, because there's no compound, right? It's a very unforgiving territory here. When you feel, and the worst part about it is that the teams currently, the spot they're currently in, I can tell you this, the thought that's going through their train of thought right now is just the fact that I don't feel safe. I feel very vulnerable. I want to poke at this guy, but I'm pretty sure there's someone behind me, and they're completely right. They're really right. There's so many teams within the vicinity here, especially for M, by the way. His back is so clear for Hive International and even NRG if they decide to just pick him out. It looks like someone is picking him out, forcing him back down. Has to get knocked down. If he gets knocked, it's going to be a little bit of a problem because currently it's now stuck in the open, but he managed to recover, get the heals in, and now still trying to zone out M. By the end, it will be Eva Patrick getting knocked down by the zone. Oof. It's phase 7. It hurts. It's a very painful zone.
Oh, if you're Dark Horseman, you don't want to go out right now. You're doing so well already. 6 kills in the bag. At this point, you probably can't go on the aggro, but you can still play for placement itself. Maybe even go in with the pickup here if you're not too much in compromising position. As I say that, a straight spray, and that is Dark Horse eliminated. Shadow Esports will maintain their strike here in the top 6 position. Then everyone else will seem to bring no threats onto the table unless NRG has got something to say about it, and they're out and loud right now in the top 4 position. NRG looking like that team to go in with the 20 bomber points, already 6 kills, 4 members still up, but only, well, about 3 more hits left to contribute their way. Okay, so maybe you can't get 20 points. Yeah, so you're not going to get 20 points here, but this is going to get NRG much closer towards the goal of taking over the 6th spot.
Don't go 1v1s. I know you guys are feeling the Esther, feeling the mood, but just don't go for the 1v1s. You have the man advantage. Group up, surround, and hunt them down. You get the 1 kill on H-Shot 27. That's great. 1 down, 2 more to go. 2 down, 1 more to go. That's JFT. But this is a guy who has been very silent for these past 2 phases now. That's pretty much why you see these guys completely went straight to the north. They were completely sure that southern side was in the clear. But Shoehorse, he's a very cheeky player. He kept his head down very well and very long. But then again, it's a 1v4. If they line up perfectly or probably even force this fight into a 1v1, there could be an opportunity for Shoehorse here by NRG. You have the 1-3 setup. You do see Pangster clearing out the left side. The rest of the team sticking as 3s. So at least that way, if one player falls, they can follow up with it. But Pangster found him. Now they know where he is. He's getting sprayed out from all directions, from all angles. And NRG will secure the chicken dinner for our 5th match of the night here, earning them the 100-pointer for their side, and literally for elevating them all the way to that 7th place seat here. Really well done. Coming from NRG.
They are dancing at the entry of qualifying into the next round here. 105 points when it was concluded. They are knocking at Shadow Esports placement, and they are going to barge in pretty hard. NRG showing up when it mattered most, down to the last 2 match of the day, of the entire series, and they're here to make things work for the boys in orange.
This is really crazy. Okay, because of how close the points are, they just flew from 10 to 7. But of course, with that being said, let's quickly check out the highlights for our first Miramar of our final night. Take it away.
That was one heck of a game being displayed right there. Energy towards the last few maps. When it mattered the most, they show up strong. And right now, looking good in taking over that top 6 position here. Shadow Esports, they tremble because they've played about 5 games now and they've not been able to pretty much gap the rest of the competition. They are shaking, and NRG looking really, really composed to take it over. And this Miramar map is their best map after all, right? Like day 2, they've displayed so much prowess in taking gunpoint, and we're seeing that aggression again as we're going into hopefully this next match.
It was a real nerve-wracking moment for a lot of the teams as well here, because some teams was hoping it wasn't going to go down south to the mountainous area. Some people was hoping going to a little bit more towards those ditch flatlands here, at least that way they can bring the vehicles in. There's something they can work with here. But sadly, it just ended up becoming this really mountainous area, up hills, downhill. The vehicles constantly getting poked up by teams who was initially there first before them here. And even like Aurora, when they thought like, which we actually, not just Aurora, even we have like 4 other teams contesting with the position of power grid as well. That's why Aurora was able to put in the numbers there as well, allowing them to get this 2,000 points for sure before they move forward, continuing on to our final 4 here. But NRG, insane getting the chicken dinner, 1 kill away to get that double digit, of course, naturally here. But they were just taking advantage of the whole situation, being very calculative, being very meticulous here, making sure the edges is within their control. They scale up that hill 1 step at a time here, while they're also sniping out players, punishing them, trying to get full control before they really push into their final objective there. But at the same time, they went in the final 4 with 3 other teams which literally limped in with 1 player remaining here. So it was practically a situation where they shouldn't have lost. There's probably a universe where they did, but not this one. It was impossible for them to lose it out, and they were secure with 19 points in total. That's gonna make them fly up the ladder from 10th place to 7th place ridiculously quickly here, Keith.
I mean, quick is I guess they're out of time, right? If any time to jump up the board, it's right now. And I guess this is going to look good for the likes of NRG and their players, inspiring a hope. And remember, the last match of Miramar is not going to be it's not going to be the same as the first one. It's the 1 match left in the entire run, and teams are historically known to go crazy for it, right? So perhaps we're going to see some of these unsuspecting names suddenly just pop off big time and see those positions shift from the 6th and placing onwards down to the 10th.
Yeah. So with this round, sure. Unfortunately, although Aurora did a lot of damage in that round, they got 12 points in the last one. They could have secured the chicken dinner. They didn't really get a lot of high placement points. I believe they got placement points 3. It's not that high, but they did get 9 kills due to the power grid position that they had. That's pretty much why in Miramar it's so important to have a really good spot, right? You're able to just punish a lot of teams. You're able to farm a lot of these points for themselves here. So, but with the points that Aurora has, at least this solidifies themselves. Sadly, it's not going to elevate them further to the 1st or 2nd spot. The point differential between Aurora and 2nd place right now is about 20 points, or 12 points. Still feels a little bit doable, but we are talking about Happy Squad, who's been pretty aggressive, farming a lot of kill points, by the way. And just for a fun fact, Happy Squad has a total of 102 kill points. They're the 2nd highest teams in terms of kill points alone, literally contesting with Alter Ego, who has 107. So with this round, or at least with match 5 or match 17, Aurora has somewhat solidified themselves. At least puts them in a comfortable spot where, okay, I don't think any other team should be able to push me out of my ranking for qualification. Same goes for JFT. Now, Keith, this is the final match, right? Now we're going to be starting to really look at which team is going to be securing which spot, particularly the 6th placing, and probably which team is going to be securing that 2nd spot. The first, Alter Ego, I think they're in a really good spot for sure, 162 points. I think his rank is literally undenied. It's just between Happy Squad and Savage Man Esports here, whereas that 6th spot is between Shadow Esports, NRG, Roy, all the way to the 10th placing, which is Hive International.
That is going to be the main focus, really, because at this point, right, the only one thing that could kill this entire narrative in its tracks is if Shadow Esports performs so well in this match, because then it's too much of a distance to pretty much gap here with Aurora Gaming moving down to 6th place, right, and Shadow Esports moving up onto the 5th place itself. So it goes down to Shadow Esports and what they have left in the bag comes the final game today. The make or break all depends on them. If they go out too soon, then that opens doors for the likes of the bottom teams to make it back up, or unless the top teams demolish the absolute bottom tiers, and so no one's competing for that 6th spot itself. So Shadow Esports is going to be the highlight, the focus, the point in which a whole story and narrative will drive here in the final map of Miramar.
Okay, let's just start picturing scenarios, right? Okay, if we want no changes, like literally no changes, then that scenario would be the fact that if during phase 1 and phase 2, teams from 7th rank, which is Nirvana, Rebirth Game, NRG, or with the 10, which is Hive International, who's currently holding with 96 points. The point, guys, I'm just trying to give you a picture, right? So the current 6th place is Shadow Esports. They have 111 points, 10 placing, which is Hive International. The point differential is practically 5 points. So if we do not want to change in the first 6 for our top 6, then 7th to 10th place, they will have to bail out early. Like if they didn't achieve anything in this round, they left early, they died early, they couldn't earn points, then yeah, we have our final 6, and then it's just a matter of order.
But there is an easier outcome that can be fulfilled, right? If Shadow Esports perform, then they have no way to take over Aurora Gaming, who would be in 6th place, because they're at 128 right now. That's about 30-point gap, and you're not going to make that in one game.
Yep, correct. You are definitely right. So, but with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally down to match 18, the final map, the map that will decide the ranking, which will be for a lot of these teams to move forward to the PGS APAC Qualifiers. Is currently happening right now here. This is the moment. This is the time. You got a nice 50, about half, right down smack there in the middle of a flight path here. I still haven't got my Impala circle, because that's a lot of discussion. Actually, that kind of circle has happened often in the past. This is the first tournament I ever casted where we never had a circle towards the Impala area. That circle has always been a huge discussion among casters and players, because you have a really good mix between a lot of water area, a lot of hills, and compounds to play with here. But of course, I guess we'll see where our circle takes us here. We are still waiting it out as we come down. Teams are able to long dive exactly where they want to go for. Some chose to go to the south as naturally, some goes to the north. And this time, it will shift towards Valdaval. It's still covering some water area, but not as much as well. So still a lot of land areas for this team to play with. But it is going towards that southern side. But what an early engagement. It looks like it's going to be JFT. Finding members of ATO. Instantly, you see Rule Tampan straight away booking it out to a safer spot. But first things first, Keith, guess what? It's finally here. It's the G-Coin code. Ladies and gentlemen, all the viewers, please take a screenshot, write it down, claim it now, do what you gotta do. Because I believe this is the only time of the night. Finally, it came out. We talked about it from match 1, or at least 5 matches ago. Now it's here. No time.
G-Coin at the last moment, making an appearance here. Well, they really know how to show up in style. Getting some of the points going their way. That's some good positives right there. It lasted for a split second. I hope you were able to take a screenshot and redeem it for yourself. But that chapter is over now. So if you didn't, unfortunately, sucks to be you. Meanwhile, Shadow Esports, pressured to be them right now, in the brink of getting taken over. NRG, 105. To be fair, I think even Roy Esports or Dark Horseman
all the way to Hive.
All the way to Hive can easily just as well surpass that. All they need is a 20 bomber in this game, 20 points, including the placement. So
okay, yeah. Okay, no wait, no, 20 points is literally like confirmation, right? It's like locked in already. We're taking out the lock-in stamp, right? But even if this doesn't require 30 points, if in an unfortunate series of events, if Shadow Esports bail out like right now, they fall right now, then is up to the races already between NRG Roy and Dark Horses and Hive International. Because the point differential is just that close. It's insane. It's ridiculously close here.
Which just makes this all the more better to look at as an entertainment, because we've got all these possibilities and stories in our head,
Right?
and we're just playing a round of bingo right now, trying to check off who's gonna get what.
You know, great spray. Or they actually decide to suck around. Okay, it seems like Unlucky decides to literally crash the compound here in phase 1 here. We might see our first squad being removed in this final match here, Keith. And what a way to duke it out, you know, 1v1 in the midst of the sandstorm.
Midst in the sandstorm right here. They can't see each other, but HXF spots one out from Unlucky. I would like to see shadows, but it really is just sand in your eyes. Gotta put dirt in your eyes, they say. Toss out more flashbang, trying to keep things in bay. The blue zone grenade is there, but it is phase 1, so I doubt it hurt that much. So one member, does he get the ticker though? I don't believe he'll be able to see it, but a nade is tossed forward in the right general vicinity. Gets onto Unlucky. HR27 annihilating Unlucky, sending them at 16th place.
Yeah, Unlucky, they'll be the first team to go out, and this is the final match as well. Thank you so much, Unlucky, for showing us such great performances as well. They've been here in APAC one too many times. It's great to see them as well. It's been a hard match, but then again, compared to their past performance in past Master Series here, I think we've seen massive growth for all majority of our teams here as well here. So with this being the case, Unlucky, they're gonna be tucked in bed real nice and tight. Gonna be completely resting and just waiting to see the impending conclusion of this final match of the night.
Shadow Esports. It's their chapters to be written or rewritten right now. Them taking the safer route is kind of good sign, I could say. I actually would like to see Shadow Esports play a bit safe this round. Why? Because they've got so much on the line, right? For them, it's not about getting overtaken. It's about not making the mistake of being overtaken, because they can only get punished when they're dead, and their numbers stop moving. So if this is the game that they want to play passive and say, let's go for the placement, take only necessary aggression, I can kind of get on that boat. Like Shadow Esports, that's probably the gameplay here.
I don't know. I do feel like this is the one time, because this is the only time as well to try to at least really secure your spot, right? So if they choose to go full active, they want to go full aggression with this, I'm all in for sure as well. But of course, yes, I'm not talking about like risky aggression. Just if the time calls for it, you should just take it. But of course, Roy Esports had a little bit of a drive-by, a couple of trades. Trades were connecting, no knocks, thankfully as well. But Roy Esports, of course, another contender for that 6th spot. Can't afford to lose any members right now, as they are also trying to solidify themselves in. Irohani Perpetual Samurai, a little bit too far to join this race. They had a total points of 71 right now. So it's too difficult to get 30. It's like you said, 30 points. That's going to be a hard climb, but that doesn't mean they can't be an absolute menace about this, to try to deny some of this team trying to secure that slot.
Shots fired. Roy Esports.
Whoa.
Today. Taking a little bit too much right there. Meanwhile, Roy Esports, also one of those teams in contention. It is NRG right now playing in the blue. Luckily, it's just phase 1, but for them to be there, it seems like they've been caught out with their rotation. Wonder what their position could really be, because Circle was pretty fair in the center. And so, I don't know how they're tanking blues right now at phase 1. when they don't really need to.
No, but no, Keith, do recall it's a southern center circle. So the flight path, a lot of teams did somewhat a long dive towards the north. So a lot of these guys like ATO, WTA, we saw Shadow Esports setting up a emergency pickup as well, as they all plan to try to land and try to get some good spots here. It is towards the south side, so it's pretty much very near to Death Valley. So I wouldn't be surprised with Shadow Esports emergency pickup as well. They had a good time to loot. So they choose to drop on top of a hill. That'll be a pretty nice sniping position to actually hold out for a good few phases. Kelv, that's gonna be a really nice. ATO, Astro's knocked down. Kia's a little too far to the rest of the team. He's currently in the blue zone here. It's phase 1. Doesn't really hurt that much. He has a lot of first aid. There's 9 first aid kits. So he should be fine for a good while.
Gotta drink some of that Kool-Aid to keep yourself in the game and so. Ato Esports. Playing within the blue it's always less exciting because no one's really gonna sit around trying to take that fight. Maybe we'll see it right here with WTA. Oh well, he's got Panzerfaust. He should be taking this fight. They're crushing in, but yeah, this is kind of like the battle of the. What's the word here for outcast? Yeah, that's the word. Battle of the outcast. It's not the prime match. It's not the pay-per-view. It's the ones that's the filler matches that's happening before the main thing that's happening down in South. So, well, I guess we'll entertain it while it's in front of us.
Oh, dude, that positioning, the majority of the teams they already knew. So they already made their way there. Thankfully, the circle didn't shift to that western side. You can see we went to that west side. We're talking about Death Valleys. We're talking about like really steep cliffs and mountains area here. Teams will be fighting for who wants to be at the base or at the top here. We did have some interesting circles like that in the past here, but I guess that's not going to be the case now. It is shifted away towards that west, away from the western side, but it's still shifted towards the southern side. We need to take account for that one. But it seems ATO, WTA, they just figure, you know what, might as well take this fight. Want to clear them out. We want to be truly the kings on the north side here. We do see NRG also making their way from the eastern towards the circle. Not going to be much contention. Not as much as what ATO is currently experiencing. One member knocked down. It's a 2v3, right? Wait, hold on. WTA. Yeah, 2v3 with one member knocked.
Ooh. ATO, can they play out of this house point here? Meanwhile, eyes onto the Samurais instead. That's NRG. NRG, they're in good contention. They don't want to bow out too soon, so I think they need to be in check with the level of risk and aggression they want to implement this game. Yep. ISG, well, they've had like one good day, but so far nothing too outstanding just yet. But perhaps they can be the ones that hinder the advancement of NRG from ever actually making it onto their intended destination. It's a whole line of cover fire that's shooting their way. Can they look to hit the mark is the real question.
But the thing is, the NRG, they're fine coming into the circle late with the vehicles because with just the current position of the circle as well. There's a lot of compounds, a lot of towns, a lot of roads, flat roads by the way, with no ditches to deal with here too. Well, these guys are pretty much just cruising their way in, and they know for a fact that a lot of teams will center themselves around the mountains area, which is pretty much what Irohani Papeta Samurai plans to do shortly with the E pickup as well. I think they had one member already flying in just to really scout things out before they make their move. Looks like NRG was able to find a compound for themselves, and what a spray down coming against TD. Apparently TD had a very similar idea to try to get towards this compound, but gets caught out by NRG as they were a bit quicker to secure those housings for themselves. Although Crazy Lord did get knocked down on the outskirts here, that just means Hive International is not too far apart. They got the intel from the direction the shots came from. Now they just need to hold out. It's still phase 2. You don't want to lose too many members this early into the phase. Looks like Monty is able to get the knock and the kill secure here. It's near the Blue Beacon Tower as well, and they're going toe-to-toe with Shadow Esports.
Shadow Esports going toe-to-toe with Aurora Gaming. this is the one outcome you probably don't want to take. But you do have a Panzerfaust, so everyone feels a little bit more confident than some whole wielding that over their shoulders. It's like, it's not adding burden. It actually makes your shoulder lighter, it seems. Especially once you pull that trigger. That's a lot of weight being released. Oh, they're getting shots though. Oh, the members from Aurora might just come in this way. Tosses the nade. He's got to heal if he's trying to get a chance to unleash the torpedo, that land torpedo itself. Because Aurora, they're pushing. He's got the Panzerfaust, but can't use it. Unfortunately, now this is the risk I've been talking about. Shadow Esports, you cannot take this. You cannot play such a risky game, especially crashing into Aurora Gaming's compound. You can't go one by one. It's a bit hesitant.
Wait, was it a crash? I thought it was the other way around, where Aurora crashed into their compound.
Yeah, but the point is they should get out, right? Because they're split too thin. They shouldn't be taking these fights.
Yeah, no, I guess because you have this 2-2 setup. It's pretty much within visual range for trying to give some form of cover. Okay, that's the thing, right? 2-2 setups, you're pretty solid, but the risk that comes with it will be the fact that you're pretty much holding on your own, right, against any squad that comes in. So I guess this is just one of those scenarios where sadly the cards wasn't in your favor for that compound defense. But hey, guess what? SE is not really out of the picture. It's just that there are 2 members short, so their plans of engagement towards this last match, Keith, would be pretty limited here. They can't be as aggressive as they want to be now, since we're 2 members short here. So probably going to be a little bit more passive. But look at JFT. Running by NRG. I think JFT wanted to make landfall here, but NRG was here so first. What a spray now.
This is so good for NRG. Look at the scoreboards right now. They are taking things onto their terms. That's a whole team wipe from Justice for Tomorrow. Points across the board. 109 right now.
Oh my. Dude, it's so close. It's insane, dude. Even Raw Esports, sure, it's a 100-pointer, but it's 2 members short, so their tactics also probably going to be slowed down. Similar position with Sharper Esports here, but Hive International and NRG, maybe just more towards NRG in particular here, seems in a really good spot with 110 points.
Oh, they're just 1 point shy away, and then they only need to play placements here if, assuming Shadow Esports does not get any points on the way. Meanwhile, Turtle K tries to make things happen. See, they don't lose a member just yet, and information gathered kind of confirms the skirmish they're about to have. It's about how they take this fight. Now it goes down to the technicals of mechanics. Mathematically, they should get this one. Tries to go for the flank side as we see the switch into another battle that's happening right now. HR27 goes up against Alter Ego, but Alter Ego's already solidified a position, so it's quite redundant to go check them out. This is the match that is determining fate. Through the window, he was holding a nade, so he missed that one. That opportunity was a missed shot, and he'll get the kill onto Turtle K as well. Actually, no, Turtle K got burned by his own Molotov, but nevertheless, NRG melt! They're losing their foothold one after another, and another one goes down. NRG! CW7 was supposed to take things flank side, but here they are in a standoff 1v1. And perhaps a chance at revival. That's the only thing that could turn the tides right now. CW7 is inching closer by the side of the door line. He's got the flash to make the entry. He's flashed himself a little bit, but the never-ending bombardment of flashpoints. Oh, timing's just there, but the trade goes up the side of Roy Esports. NRG stopping their tracks, shy of 1 point away from Shadow Esports.
Oh, NRG, not the time to be bailed out of the way. And by the way, it's a 2v4. 2v4 Roy Esports, or Gunyan in this case here, pulling in the win, shutting themselves down. And Shadow Esports, I can tell you this, they're very happy with this. They see the namesake comes in on the kill feed. They're like, all right, great. That's one team less to worry about. Roy Esports, sure, another contender, but he's just one player. Not sure whether there's a beacon nearby, but even if there was, could it be a little bit too late now? Because it's just not a lot of grounds for them to cover, not a lot of loot left to loot. And the blue zone is starting to really put in the numbers now, but what a straight out connection coming from SJ. But it gets retaliated away. It looks like Hive International will be farming up more points on themselves. They're slowly climbing up. It's 99 points. That's what I'm going to say. Happy Squad on the other hand, of course, naturally, trying to make sure they're going to be at least one of the two teams going forward straight to the grand finals in the APAC Qualifier for the PGS. Whereas here, 10 Trip, he is an absolute mad lad. I believe he still ranks second in the total highest player damage and kills, both from yesterday's game.
Little did we know what if Hyde makes it up 11. Well, no, not really. They've lost 2 members. It was like the best case scenario for Shadow Esports, right? It was the 2 teams that were up for contention taking each other out.
I mean, I guess the same could be said for Dark Horseman and Hive, right? But the only difference is that comparing to NRG and Raw Esports, right, the amount of points they need to earn wasn't as much compared to what Dark Horseman and Hive has together right now. Hive International, sure, they got 3 points, it's 99, but they still have to secure those placements for themselves. But what a crash coming in from Happy Squad team! It looks like Rule Tampan is not going to go down without a fight here.
It was a crash that could have turned into a fallout there. But luckily they have the numbers advantage, so eventually they're going to overpower it by sheer numbers alone. There's strength in numbers, they say. And right now, the numbers of teams left in play is looking pretty scary, with all the top-tier teams occupying the last few phases of the entire game here. Phase 5 we're in, and you still see the top 3 teams fighting for the top spot.
It's tough. Dark Horseman and Hive has a lot of points to farm here. They need to farm at least more than 15 points in this round to actually try to secure that 6th spot. That's if, of course, Shadow Esports doesn't earn any more points right now. 112, we're going to be setting that as the benchmark here. And Happy Squad on the other hand, getting zoned out. It looks like Kudin finally gets removed away. So there goes Raw Esports here. So it all comes down to the Hive International and Dark Horseman. Whereas for Happy Squad, as usual, just making sure, solidify, ensuring that the first 2 spots is Alter Ego and themselves. And OT, scouting things out here. But of course, Keith, with that being said, right, if nothing much happens, this is what I was talking about, the scenario where if the 7 to 10 place gets removed away or lose the chance to farm more points, then we would have at least our final 6.
And we're looking like we're closing that one already. Honestly, right now, everything falls into the backs of Dark Horseman, because if Hive, how much can you realistically do as a 2-man squad for Hive in HR27? Right? Sure, you've got some kills across the board. Maybe you just need a little bit more. Sure, but hey, if you're 98 with a full team, if Dark Horseman can pull off their performance once again with the 12 kills and a chicken dinner, that could be great to go their way.
That's true, but then again, the remaining teams are the top contenders, right? Savage Man, Happy Squad, Aurora. We're talking about really strong shooters that's still sticking it out here. So, the thing is this: I can only see a scenario where the bottom teams waiting for all the top contenders to just really duke it out with each other, because there's not a lot of ground for them to play. Look at the terrain. You have a choice. Some teams think that it's going to go to the lower ground. Some things it's going to go to the high ground. And it looks like the team that banked on the fact that it's going to go to the mountain and hill areas here are still pretty good for a while. But what does this say for both Happy Squad and Savage Man Esports, who banked it was going to be at the base of that hill? Now they have to scale up. Now they're going to be running into teams who has been keeping an eye on them for now. It's going to have a free range to really knock them down. Oh, not our space, Jibrit. A little too tight.
He assumed someone was there, so I think he was just making sure there was no cleanup being done. But going back into the circle, look, I mean, position-wise, I think Dark Horseman is kind of in a great place, but the hills aren't really that high. However, with Chibrit scoping down, I'd be very afraid if I was Dark Horseman here. The few names in the game, right? Like Chibrit, CJ, Tentrip, like as long as they live, I don't think they're gonna get away with a free pass like they did previously. These are scary people. Up Chen, Lucky J as well. Unless Happy Squad has got something to say about it. The great migration is being done now, led by Lucky J onto the compounds of Shadow Esports, which Panzerfaust as a finisher. If they can get Shadow Esports, this could be good for the narrative and the climb for the top 6 position. But Ed King is getting some teams on the way and gets Savage Man eliminated. So now it's looking worse than where for the likes of Shadow Esports because they get more points onto their side. The standard just keeps getting higher and higher.
Oh, they are increasing that standard for sure. But then again, Dark Horseman still has 4 members strong alongside with Team Aurora. But you saw what happened. It was already a cause of concern. You're making this migration in an open area, scaling up the hills with vehicles nonetheless here. So a lot of teams who's already situated here can go for the punish. Hive International, despite Doti being the last member standing, he's still putting in the numbers here, which is pretty great and all. But he's still one member alone. He can be a menace. He could be the downfall for the team that still want to try to stick it out a little bit longer than usual. But Dark Horsemen, they know what's on the line. It's a lot of ground for them to cover, by the way. It's about 19 points to secure themselves here.
Oh, Dark Horsemen. They still have all their members though. That's kind of giving them hope, right? If they can get the rest of the lobby, how many is that? 3, 4, 5 plus 4, 10, 11. Yeah, you can get about 10 kills still within this lobby. But you have to take it so greedily, like all goes to your side, right?
No, it's not just all go to your side. You have to win those sides. That's the thing. But at least we at least have our first 2 teams confirmed going to the grand finals of the APAC qualifiers for the PGS, which is Ultra Ego and Happy Squad. Since Savage Man Esports actually bailed out here, so that's it for their run.
That's it. The bigger prize pool is right there. Happy Squad can bow out happily. Alter Ego can keep stroking that ego. They're good.
Oh wait, it's Dark Horseman versus Aurora now.
Yeah. But come on, Dark Horsemen, they really have to win this one. Hopefully, some sort of adrenaline kicks in. I know this is not an emergency situation, but with how close they are, this better be one.
Hold on. Although we were talking about it, we forget the fact that Shadow Esports is still in this game, and they were also the downfall for 2 separate squads, by the way. They wipe out... No, sorry, it was Roy who wiped out NRG, but Shadow Esports wiped out Savage Man Esports here. Okay, I think Doti hurts that. Ooh, that nade. And that's another kill on the back.
1 down. A few more to go.
20 points to go.
Still looking very, very strong though. Shadow Esports in their position. Honestly, I think this is set. I'm not sure how you're gonna get 20 points as DH.
10 kills and 10 placement. That's it's.
You could theoretically still get it. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Let me do that. 4, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, okay. There's still 11 players, but that means Dark Horseman has to kill the entire lobby, like literally the entire lobby and placements. Yeah.
Well, if they did that though, they will be crowned the 4 Horsemen of Apocalypse. If they were to do that, that's literally the end of the lobby. That'd be great to see.
But that means the scenario would be the fact that they can't be waiting for teams to run into each other. They themselves have to force the fight. They themselves have to look for the fights. Because for sure, these guys are going to be trying to go for third party. These guys are going to be most likely running to each other just because of how the circle is being shot.
Oh, their first ever... Oh, okay. Nan is down on his knees. Their first ever trial to tribulation, and they failed the task. Going up against Aurora Gaming, obviously, is not the easiest of positions. They will immediately go for the save. So a little bit of a altruistic or defensive plays coming out from this, but they're losing members like flies. The hope is dead. It's over. Dark Horsemen will not be the one to surpass the top 6, and we've got our top 6 locked in place. Just shifting the position, but really, Shadow Esports, they can be smiling for the rest of the game here. They have done it. They have made it to the next phase.
You know, they really gotta give credit to Roy Esports in that 2v4 against NRG. NRG was 4 members strong. Look at the amount of points that they have as well. 111, by the way. And courtesy of Kunyit and one other member of Roy Esports, wiping them all out in such a clutch manner for a defense there. The narrative could have been so much more different, but you know, that probably was the narrative in another universe, but not this one. We have our final 6 here. But of course, we can't end it just yet. We still need to see who's gonna be crowned now the champion. Well, it's his final match of the night. Aurora seems pretty solid right now. They are 4 members strong, but we are looking at Alter Ego. Even though 1 member short, they're still a threat, a very massive threat.
Oh, I mean, at this point, really, Alter Ego they're playing for fun.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so there's really no point. Chibrit's just flexing for the stats at this point here. 5 kills at King. To be fair, if NRG made it past that fight with Roy, I think they still would have come short. Because Shadow Esports did such a great job here as well. They put 6 points across the board here. So if NRG actually got the 20 pointers, you gotta factor in the 6-point gap, and it wouldn't be enough.
Yeah. No, but I mean, we wouldn't know, right? Because NRG I believe they were eliminated as the 12th team. So there were still about because out of the 16 teams, right? The 12th team out, so there's still literally 11 other teams still left in the lobby here. So the amount of points they could have potentially earned could have been pretty high with how aggressive they were, right? They were crashing to compounds. They took half of Roy Esports on. They took on JFT, ISG. So yeah, but of course, Kia, buddy.
Burn.
Pick your poison. Pick your poison, buddy. I guess burning away, that's the only way to go, I guess. Now we're down to the final team, Aurora and Alter Ego.
So theoretically,
alright.
Okay, the numbers left in the lobby. At best, they get 3 of those kills and they get a chicken dinner. No, they still can't get the 2nd place for Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, that's why I said the first 2 spot is not a matter of discussion. And that's literally locked in. 6th place was a discussion, was a conversation when NRG was still around, but no, they're dead alongside with Roy Esports. That was pretty much it. But with that being said, with the final finisher, Aurora will secure another chicken dinner on their belt for themselves here. But of course, with that being said, Keith, we have finally concluded our journey of 18 maps.
And I'm glad that we've got such an evenly distributed points throughout and efforts. Actually, points reflects the effort, and we've got a very, very distributed one. Everyone was just trying to get that big W. And it was even the last game, we didn't know who was going to be within this top 6 position mathematically, even the top 2. So, congratulations to Aurora Gaming. Although they don't make it in the top 2, they still make it in the top 3. And check out some of the highlights from this match alone.
what a journey, what a weekend that we have here, Keith. But what's even more cooler would be the fact that this is not the end of it all. This is just the beginning for the whole multiple weekends of PUBG action, because it's an APAC Classic here in the APAC for PUBG in the APAC regions here. So now we have our top 6 here, the top 6 teams to go forward into the PGS APAC Qualifier here. Naturally, of course, both Alter Ego and Happy Squad, since they got the first 2 spot, Keith, they will go straight to the grand finals. Whereas our 3rd and 6th place, them being Aurora, Savage Man, Justice for Tomorrow, and Shadow Esports, they will go through 1 additional qualifier first before reconvening back with Alter Ego and Happy Squad.
Imagine that, right? The past 3 days, grueling blood, sweat, and tears for some of these teams, only to find themselves scaling the peak and finding an even larger Everest in the back.
Just another one there.
Congratulations, you've gotten through stage 1. Now you've got a massive mountain to climb, and that is including teams that they may not have been exposed to in the tournament. Like you mentioned, there's the team from Thailand as well coming in, right? And we all know Thailand as an ecosystem, as an esports scene on their own, are behemoth in whatever games they excel in. And so just, you scale the hill, you scale the ant hill, now there's the molehill, then after that it's an actual mountain before you get into the PGC.
No, you're missing out on Vietnam as well here. But you see, that's the thing, right? It's like just too many amazing talents and too many regions to really cover here, right? So it's just like, but you know, that's the fun thing. That just means that this entire month of September is practically just PUBG actions. I know we also have other PUBG tournaments happening behind the scene for other regions as well. EMEA, everyone is all preparing for that, for the biggest event of the year in PUBG history, and that's going to be the PUBG Global Championship here. So yes, not only did our top 16 walk away with some financial prize for themselves, and of course qualify for PGS here, Keith, or APAC Qualifier, our top 4 also was able to earn some. I know it's a very menial amount, but they got some PGC points for themselves here, which will hopefully help them in the long run here. Because to qualify for the PGC is not, there won't be another tournament for it. It will be the team who accumulated the most PGC points to qualify.
Yeah, talking about the numbers that were across the pointers that all these teams. Let's go back down into the match that we saw earlier. Now this is more like Aurora Gaming in their comfortable nature, right? 2,000 damage in a match. Unfortunate for them, they only missed out by a little bit in terms of the placement because of the sheer consistency that kind of lacks this time around. Right, we've seen phase 1 how they're dominantly at number 1 spot with like 130 versus second place at like 90 points. This time around they're coming in a little bit lukewarm, a little bit safe. They had a good run in day number 1, had an okay run, I think 1 or 2 good maps in day 2, and similarly to day number 3, it's about a decent 1 or 2 good maps itself. But nevertheless, 4 winner chicken dinners for this team. Sure, they may have toned down a little bit on the aggression, but they still are very proficient and efficient when it comes to actually getting chicken dinners across the board. 9 kills in total from the 4 members.
Yeah, the storyline for a lot of these guys, especially for our 3rd and 4th placing, especially since they had a few rough patches. They went through a couple of rough patches for some of our matches throughout these 3 days. So it really just came out, especially between Aurora and Justice for Tomorrow, which was just earn enough points. Just make sure you don't leave the match with a donut, right? Just go out with at least with a couple of kill points, maybe whether it's placement of kills. So at least that way you're still able to ensure, okay, you're still building up your revenue. You're not coming up. It's not to say there is no progress in terms of your points here. So at least just to ensure you get to that top 6. I think that was pretty much the mindset for at least for JFT and Aurora, right? Which was just like, you know what, our points are a little bit too far apart. Our performance is really not popping up as much as we hope. We're just here for the fun. We just want to qualify. If we can go to the grand final, that's great. But if we can't, that's fine. We still made it through as among the top 6 here. So anyway, by the way, fantastic graphics from our production team here. So it's a very clear cut, as you guys can notice, with the first 2 spots, which is highlighted in this yellowish gold. These are the team that's going to go straight to the finals for the PGS APAC Qualifiers. The one in blues, they will be the one that will be going straight to a playoff qualifier first before they go straight to the finals here. But at the same time, Keith, we had a phenomenal journey for this Master Series Phase 2 for 2025. And literally, it's so contrasting with the team performances from Phase 1 as well. For Master Series Phase 1, everyone really stepped up from what I remember from them, even in terms of positioning as well. The ranking doesn't do each of this team justice as well. Just look at the points. It wasn't like, this was not the points back in Phase 1, you know. It was so defined, the points where you're just like, okay, this is the bottom 10. That's the bottom 8. That's it. That's all you guys need to know. If that's not the case for Phase 2, here it's like, it's neck and neck. All it takes for these guys was just a good game, and suddenly the ranking just heavily shifts. Then you see teams having 2 good games, and suddenly out of the blue, you see Happy Squad getting 2nd place. They win 5th place, by the way. So the fact that they're able to get straight to the grand finals, that feeling is absolutely livid for our Philippine team.
Yeah, definitely nice to see no teams doing a runaway. Everyone's still neck and neck, and that always creates excitement and anticipation. And talking about which, we have to credit to some of the players who's made this possible. That would be Alter Ego, with Trick doing so much for his team, potentially contributing so much into why they are #1 team right now in phase number 2. Savage Men as well. Remember the incredible climb that they've had. Bad day 1 to start, over in the 13th position, rise the rank immediately, now top 6ers. And in day number 2, I believe they've shared the spot in the top 2 finish for a brief period of time. Likewise with Happy Squad, right? Happy Squad make it in the top 6, was steadily there, and suddenly today they've got absolutely mad and just moved up the ranks, and now top 2 position as well. So all these players, to remember their names, and I don't think we're going to forget for a very long while, as these are the teams and the players that will be moving on to the next stage. PGS APAC Qualifiers finals for Alter Ego and Happy Squad, and then the play-in stage for Aurora Gaming, Savage Man Esports, Justice for Tomorrow, and Shadow Esports.
It's definitely, of course, such an honor for these guys. All their hard work really paying off for them, because like I said, this is pretty much a starting line for a lot of these guys, for a lot of these teams' career here, because the name of the game at the end of the day is just trying to get towards that biggest event of the year, right? Which is the PUBG Global Championship here. So unfortunately, this is the nature of the competition. There's always going to be winners and someone that we have to send home here. But everybody during this Master Series here, all of our top 16 teams, even the new teams that are coming in, really showing their strive, really stepped up from the previous seasons here. So I'm really happy to see the growth that's been happening so far here.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, but I'm glad we came to the end of it, and I'm glad we got the outcome that none of us would have expected, but it was a treat, right?
Roller coaster of a feeling.
Neck to neck, head to head. We noticed we've never even had favoritisms this entire run, because there was no clear, obvious winners. And we all know that each and every single one of them has got strong suits of their own, right? Alter Ego plays slow, Justice for Tomorrow plays fast, Aurora Gaming changed their strategy, but nevertheless, it is the end of the round, and congrats to all the top 6ers and the top 2 in the PUBG Esports Master Series 2025. This is phase 2, and we've come to the end of the 3 days run. My name is Keith Elisio, together with me, Leonard Yolo Lee, the man who keeps you hydrated at all times. We'll see you in more PUBG actions in the future, but for now, we will bid farewell. Bye-bye.
See you.
Thank you.